short introduction before Molly starts. Um, when Molly starts, her eyes are closed, so she can't see anybody in the room. So when you have questions, you need to raise your hand, and I'll call on the person who's going to ask the question. You need to say your name and state the question fairly clearly so that she can hear. Um, there's only a couple requests. One is no questions about politics, religion, or conspiracy theories. Beyond that, your spiritual development, almost anything is fair game. Molly's going to give a short introduction for herself.
Oh, phones have to go off. Because that might jar me, you know. I'm not easily jarred, but it might. Okay.
So go ahead.
The one that I'm channeling is the enlightened one. And also, he is also known as and is Genghis Khan. Now, he came to me over 6 years ago. I recently started doing the groups in this facility, men's groups, groups for everybody on a regular basis because he asked me to 6 years ago. It wasn't until maybe over a year that I released a lot of the fears that I have about doing this and followed my path. It took me that many years to come to a conclusion. This is my path. Now, when he first came to me, he came to me when I'm an energy healer too. I do universal white time healing. And I was working with a client, a male client of mine, and we finished up the healing session. And after those sessions, I receive information during those sessions and I share that information. I was sharing the information with my friend, and all of a sudden I could feel like a big presence just come around and stand right next to me. And I said to my friend, I said, there's somebody right here. I don't know who it is. And he goes, well, ask. Well, yeah, you know. He said, ask. So mentally, I was ready to like telepathically go, who is here? But he decided to speak through me. And he spoke for approximately about an hour. And this is when he explained to my friend that I'm supposed to be doing groups and didn't. And he also told me that he's been working with me in my dream states to do this. And this I know is the truth is because prior to this happening, I was having dreams that I was channeling. I was even having dreams that I was levitating and channeling. So if I start levitating, you know, hasn't happened yet, but I would have those dreams, and I would even wake up, sitting up in my bed, still talking. And so I guess he was preparing me. Apparently, I found out now this is an agreement that we had together because as he was the one Genghis Khan, I was one of his wives. He had many wives. And he also said during some of the group sessions is that he does this because it's kind of a way to make up for that life or to pay back a lot of karma that occurred because he was a ruthless warrior during that time. So also, now, as far as him being Genghis Khan, I did not know that from the beginning. He described himself as a Lemurian warrior, and that's all I knew at the time. But maybe a month or so after the first original time that he came to me, actually came to me physically. And this happened. I was watching TV one day by myself, and all of a sudden, from the corner of my eye, I could feel like a figure, probably where that window is, standing there. And I could see this figure here. And I turned my head to look, and here I see this big warrior, you know, the whole warrior outfit, tall, standing there. And then he actually came towards me, but he did not come like this. He came like in two motions. Like 1 minute he was there, 1 minute he was there, and then the next moment he was standing right next to me. So I looked at him. I'm unshocked, and I would call him Genghis Khan from that day forward because that's what he looked like. I didn't know he was, so I would always call him Genghis Khan. So I love to tell the story about a woman that came to me. Um, for a healing, and I would practice with people after healings. I didn't tell her what he looked like. And she had told me that prior to that, she was at Costco and felt propelled to buy me a book. And she says, I wish I would have bought you this book. And I go, well, what was the book? Oh, it was a book on Genghis Khan. What are the odds of that? So to come to that conclusion about being Genghis Khan, now we have Laurel. Laurel, she's a QHHT hypnotherapy using the Dolores Cannon method. I've had a session with her and two other women, and maybe in the last 4 months or so. And so I didn't really state that he was Genghis Khan to many people, but it's been confirmed in the hypnotherapy sessions that he actually is. And this is how I found out more information regarding that fact. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and put myself in a little meditative state. It only takes maybe a few very deep breaths to get me into that state. So we'll start. Greetings. Greetings, greetings, greetings. I am so excited today to be in your presence. We have a beautiful array of souls that were invited to be in this session. As for as many sessions and groups that my channel has created, I call you forth. So it is no accident that you are here today, for I will call you forth in advance. I connect with your soul, ask you to be part of this group, and you answered the call. So I'm very excited. There are a few here that did not answer the call, but that is fine. That is okay. There is free will. That's a universal law of the universe, free will, and I abide to that also. So I'm very excited for many of you here, many enlightened beings. We have many very, very, very old souls, so to speak. We have masters in the room in physical form. But we also have masters that are not in physical form that are overseeing this session also. For there are many that also come to my side to assist also if needed. In this particular day, in this particular session, we have cosmic beings, because few of the souls here are connected to what we would call the cosmos. We have angelics. Many angelics are here, and masters. Before the questions start, the angelics would like to transfer or transmit some light energy and some light codes to awaken your DNA to radiate to a higher frequency at this moment. For this is part of why this session is very important today. For not only are you going to have your spiritual questions answered, but you'll be receiving immense angelic energy from the higher dimensional angels. We have a group that we would call the fifth dimensional and higher angelics that are here also too, to help transmit this energy codes of light. This is very important, for this will assist you in not only in your personal evolution, your spiritual evolution. This will also help with your psychic abilities. For many of you are quite psychic, intuitive. There are many of you, there are healers here also too. So this energetic light codes transmission will also generate your gifts to come up to a more of a higher frequency and be more available to you from this day forward. So we shall begin. With the questions.
Question?
I tapped into my gifts, and sometimes it's a little confusing. Most of the time, when I feel that my guides or my cosmic family is here, I start getting very jittery, and I just would like to know if that's what really happens.
Yes, give me your name, my dear one.
Joanna Guzman.
Okay. So you are very connected to cosmic beings. When you interact with your cosmic beings, they radiate a higher frequency within your body to generate, to bring your frequency to a higher, let's say, height. For you also are a healer, are you not, my dear?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. And you do work with the Pleiadians?
Yes.
You're very aware of this, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And do you also understand that when you do healing work or work with those, that you generate this high degree of healing energy that is transmitted from the Pleiadian group?
No.
This is what you're doing. The purpose for you to be here today is to understand this message very clearly. For now, it's time for you to understand who you are on a cosmic level. For there are many times that you only associate yourself with your human part of you. Do you understand this?
I do.
For there are part of times that you do not feel that what you are accomplishing or doing is working. Do you understand?
I do not.
Yes. So it is absolutely working. You carry that high frequency and you transmit this to anyone that you either verbally speak to or put hands on healing to emit this frequency. And this is why you're called here today, so that you would understand this. This will open up your awareness to bring this information from your God conscious soul mind up to the surface, so that information is available to you so that you can embrace who you are on that level, my dear. You're quite a very interesting soul. You've had many cosmic lives. You chose the earth life because you have a compassionate, loving heart, and this is what you're here to share. Do you understand this message?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another question? Somebody's got to have a question.
Okay. I have been
Your name, please.
Shirley Magadan. I have been pursuing my spiritual journey, and I am looking forward to further advancement. I was wondering what direction I should go in, and also it seems like I have a lot of things in my way that seem to be hindering me.
You have quite a journey, even as a young child, so to speak. As though you've always known that you would follow the spiritual path internally. Do you understand? And do you also understand that you've always had angelic help along the way?
Yes.
Yes. Even as we speak now, you have many beautiful angels. You're surrounded by the angelics. You're very well protected by the one that we call Archangel Michael. Are you aware of this?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Believe it more than so, my dear. For I speak the truth. For Archangel Michael wants to feel is in more presence of your everyday life, my dear, where this one protects you. And sometimes he protects you from your own self, my dear. You understand this message?
Yes.
Yes, for some of the things that you feel that are in your way or in your path, let it be physical or let it be spiritual. You allow too much interaction. You allow your ego to talk you out of many things. You understand this?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Release fears, my dear. The only obstacle that's in the way is fears of not achieving your goals to some degree, but you have surprised yourself quite nicely. Do you understand?
Oh yes.
Oh, yes. So that journey was very important. There are times that it was a very slow journey, but I'm here to tell you those experiences were very important for because this journey allowed you to find yourself in so many ways. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. And the more that you find yourself, embrace who you are, and love yourself unconditionally, those fears will just disappear right in front of you. Do you understand?
Yes. Because then I come to realize the fact that I am so very much more powerful.
Yes, my dear. So many of those
Forgetting that.
so many of those experiences that you experienced were developing you to that fact. You understand? You were led by your guides and angels. Uh, it was a journey of self discovery. Now, have you journaled this journey?
Not as much as I need to.
Yes,
I can
yes,
see that
yes,
now.
yes. Now it's time to start journaling and writing your story,
My story.
my dear. Yeah, write your story because in all that information that you receive, undiscovering yourself to the degree that you are empowered you. Your story would help empower others. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And part of your soul purpose is to empower others, but first you must understood that for yourself to accomplish this soul purpose. Do you understand?
Yes.
And you're doing quite nicely, my dear. For you two do have a very loving, compassionate heart. Just allow that heart to feel your soul also. Do you understand? For what we have for ourselves, we can give freely more to others. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. You're on the right path. Just release all the fears, and you will see all those obstacles that you deem to be in your way no longer exist. Does this help?
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Kind.
You're so welcome.
Okay, another question, and be sure to give your name.
Brenda Brody Matthews. I'm very curious as to how much my past lives are influencing my current life. There are a lot of things that I don't understand about my deep self.
We've had many lives, my dear. You have experienced lives where lots of positive energy, but your soul also came here to experience negativity or negative energy or negative experiences. But the key here, my dear, is to understand that higher learning and understanding comes from the negative experiences or what we deem to call negative. May I assure you, are not. For when a soul decides to reincarnate into the physical, let it be in this time frame or another time frame, the soul understands the both opposites must be experienced for soul growth. This allows you to experience both ends, experience the light and the darkness. But what is happening today in your physical form now is that there are sometimes you get so caught up in the negative thoughts and ideas or what is going around you. Do you understand? Yes. So do not allow this to overcome your soul, your emotions. Swing over to the light. because there is so much light being radiated on the planet Earth today. So it's very important to understand we may feel the darkness from within, but let only allow this to just be felt temporarily and understand that the light always wins. That everything is only temporary to these negative experiences. They're here to grow and help you grow uh, and understand. As far as your past life, uh, you've always been a spiritual person. You've always had gifts in other lives. Where this distress is coming from would be because you've had past lives, more than one or two, where your gifts, where you were condemned for your gifts, where you were in prison for your gifts. And this is where the fear is coming from to advance in using your gifts today. Do not allow these fears from the past to enter into your physical form at this time. Do you understand? Does this help? Yes.
Another question?
I am LaJoyce, and the question that I had in mind was just changed in my head, so I'm going to go with the new question. What is the most important thing for me to know to achieve my most immediate goals?
You have many goals and many directions.
This is true.
Choose wisely, or choose higher for yourself in what brings you joy, my dear. You understand this?
Yes, I did.
Yes, yes, yes. Always choose joy and happiness above all, and even joy and happiness for self. For many of you, choose these things for themselves, but for others and not themselves. Do you understand?
Yes, I did.
Yes, yes, yes. So first, do the things that bring you happiness and joy. You have so much love around you. Do you understand this?
Yes, absolutely.
You have so much love. The people around you love and adore you. And I'm not just saying family. For you have always been a good friend. Do you understand this?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. So I'll say to you, my dear, this is a beginning of a new year for you, with a new energy coming in for you. This is your year of reward. My channel explains this as your tenfold year, where everything that you have accomplished or have put forward for others is now being received back to you, my dear. So at this moment, anything that you want to receive will be generated very quite easily and nicely for you. So while you're in this moment of time of this for you, use it the best possibly that you can, because this is a very powerful manifesting year for you, that you can accomplish basically everything that you want to accomplish. But I will say, my dear, uh, personal. Personal joy and happiness is where you should choose.
Thank you.
Yes.
Another question? This is Michael. Hello.
Oh, yes, my dear Michael. This soul is very interesting to me. This soul is very adored by my channel, I would like to say. And she loves your support. I am happy to be assistance to you and others that you associate with, and you understand this. For we are working in the ethers, and you're quite aware of this knowledge. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. What is your question, my son?
A new piece of information came in yesterday that is important to me personally and to a few people in this room who were working together on a project, your channel included. I would just like to know if you have anything to say about the information that I received yesterday and verified this morning.
Well, first of all, I always have something to say. You know this. Yes, 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 yes. You are evolving very quickly, more at a faster rate, and the knowledge that you're receiving is coming in at a faster rate. Are you aware of this?
Oh, very much so.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. So keep track of the information that's coming through, because the information that you're receiving is almost like pieces of a puzzle. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like what your higher self or your soul is asking of you is to put these pieces of the puzzle together. Because even though you are preparing this information for others, the information is for thyself also. Do you understand this?
I absolutely
So there is a merging of the information that is coming through for others and for self. Do you understand this?
do.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes. So what you are doing now is receiving higher information from different realms. Do you understand what I'm speaking of?
Yes.
For you have chosen to tap into other realms of reality, other beings that exist in other realities that have played many roles of the information that you're receiving. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So there's not only the physical participation of those that are around you that are helping you with this project, but also there are many other spiritual beings that have actually done what you're seeking to do in this life at this very moment. Do you understand this?
Even more so now that you've said that. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is coming in through quite nicely. I really love the way this is developing, but you'll also see that this inner circle that you have acquired may grow. Do you understand?
I would hope so.
Yeah, it will grow. It cannot help but to do so. And you'll also be receiving some other connections in the near future with new information. Do you understand? And as though you're getting other pieces of the puzzle. Does this help?
Very much so. Thank you.
Yes.
Another question?
I have a question.
Your name?
My name is Trish, and my question is, I've been working on a book. It's about addiction to help other people, and I guess my question is about, and I'm almost done, about publishing. I'm going to enter a contest, Hay House. So should I continue trying to get with Hay House or self-publish or anything about my book, help other people?
The path would be to self publish. Only reason being is because this would help you to be more in control of the situation. Do you understand this message? Because part of your personality would desire to control the information or how it's addressed. Do you understand this? You would not have that with the other publisher. You would come to find out that there would be too many complications or adjustments that will not follow in your mind's eye of what you want to achieve for yourself. Do you understand this? Yes, so there would be some conflict, but you are also on the right path. You're coming from a place of personal experience. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes, 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 yes. But you understand that was quite necessary for this journey? Yes, yes, yes. And also, so this book is coming from a place of love and compassion, very personal to you. Do you understand? Yes. So it would be in your best interest, my dear, to self-publish so that you can control the information to more accuracy of what your mind's eye envisions. Do you understand?
Yes. The only
Yeah,
concern I had was the finances.
that will come in divine timing, my dear. For you have some other projects, correct?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. They will come through financially. Do you understand? And do also understand that, and this goes for every soul in this room today, is that I'm not only here for this moment in time, that I'm available to you even after the fact. Do you understand this? So, my dear, you can call me forth and those that are also in the room to help you with this project, my dear. And this is for each and every one of you in this room. Does not stop here today. You'll be quite surprised if you call me forth, or many of the masters in the room were cosmic beings. They are still continuing the conversation in the ethers, my dear. The conversation never stops. Any more questions?
Right.
Lorraine, my divorce was finalized in July. I've been moving forward securely, confidently. Is there anything I should be watching out for behind the scenes?
You're doing quite nicely, my dear. My biggest advice to you, enjoy the freedom. Enjoy the freedom to the fullest, to the moment. You've discovered yourself in this freedom, and you understand this message, correct? Yes, yes, yes. You found friendships. You found love for others, not only yourself. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. This was very well needed, unfortunately, but it was as though you were now set out, that you found the key to your own prison and you set yourself free and you finally did it. So I'm very happy for you have much to look forward in this new year also. For you have already thought of new projects to conceiving in that mind of yours, my dear. Yes, for you're always seeking spiritual knowledge. But my dear, also seek for yourself, not only others. Love thyself fully. Let this energy extend outwardly, and this is for all of you, my dear ones. Is because this is love is the highest frequency generated. uh, and once we do this for ourselves and understand it completely, embrace yourself as who you are, not as others choose you to be. You can never play a role for others, my dear ones. Only play that role for yourself. This will lead you in the path to many experiences in your life at a higher vibration. And this is what we're speaking of. Your summer is going to be quite exciting, my dear. I do not want to let the cat out of the bag, but there's many surprises and twists and turns in your summertime of this year, my dear.
Another question? Back there.
Hi, my name is Catherine, and on this journey that I'm in this lifetime, I know that I am meant to help people find and create their peace in their life and find their life within. I was wondering if there's anything at this moment that is important for me to know that is not in my awareness at this point.
Well, you're quite enlightened and aware on many levels, my dear. But I must congratulate you on your journey, my dear. For it's only through the darkness that we experience the light. And you understand this message more than anyone else in this room. Do you understand? Yes, 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 yes. As I have spoken before, the negative experiences, or what we deem to be negative, or the darkness, or the things that we experience, gives our soul a choice. You all have free will, choices. Do I allow the darkness to override me, to crumble me? Or do I keep moving forward and seeing that light at the end of the tunnel. That is your choice as being in a physical human being. And we make those choices. And you've always made the right choices. Have you not, my dear?
Yes.
For yourself. Yes, yes, yes. As for your awareness and what you need to know in this moment of time for you, on a human level, I will say, do recognize that you do help many people, many souls that need to hear the words that you need to speak. But do understand that on a spiritual level for yourself, is that what this is what you came here to do. For every experience that you've had, let it deem negative or positive, have always put you on the same path. Do you understand? And interconnected. So now you are moving forward quite nicely. For what your soul needs to understand now is that you can have time for yourself. You devoted yourself to so many people and so many people's needs. And this was the motivating factor to keep you the momentum going. Do you understand this? Now is the time to slow down a little bit and smell the flowers along the way, my dear. It's time to take a little breather. You understand this message? Yes, yes, yes. Soak into Mother Nature, for you're very, very connected to Mother Nature. Mother Nature has always nourished you on your path. Do you understand this? For this is what you choose to retreat to in your time of silence. Do you understand? Very connected to Mother Earth, my dear. Does this help?
Yes.
Yes.
There's time for one more question.
It's Barbara, and I wanted to say thank you for all the help that you've been giving me and guiding me and directing me in the right places. I appreciate it very much, and Molly as well, your channel.
Thank you for those beautiful words. My channel appreciates it also. But also, do understand, as I have mentioned, that everyone in this room, I am available to you. And I have been available to you, my dear, in a very personal way for this mission. This purpose that you have for this facility is to unite people, to form a community, to learn, to help people touch into who they are on a spiritual level. Do you know, my dear?
Yes,
This is just the beginning.
Yes, I know. Is there a certain way I need to go, or just everywhere and anywhere?
Well, you are anywhere, everywhere anyway, so that wouldn't make any difference if I put in my input, my dear. For you, you are guided in the direction that you need to be at all times. Just trust that inner self. Do not question the guidance that you are receiving, because you have many masters and angelics around you, supporting you, and you have an angel that reminds you of the things that you forget.
Oh, great. I love that.
Do you understand this message?
Do I need another one, or just one is enough?
They're 24 hours, my dear, reminding, remembering aha moments and signal you to keep the energy flowing, if you understand this.
I do understand, and that is actually, that's my mission here, is to do that and keep it high and
doing it
and spread it.
And doing it quite nicely.
Thank you.
And having joy doing it, my dear.
I am.
Yes, yes, and having joy doing it. That's what truly matters when it comes from the heart.
Yes.
And you understand this.
I do.
Yes,
It's
it's a fulfilling for you, my dear,
It is.
and an upliftment for your beginnings. Did not present that to you. So as though a new person has arose from all of this, my dear.
Yes.
And you understand this message, correct?
I do.
Yes.
Very well.
We sure. One more.
Right, Bob. So when I had my accident and died, some entity took me somewhere called home, so we refer to as heaven. But my question is, who was that entity? And it was that home?
Well, heaven is your real home. Do you understand this?
That's what I call home.
Yeah. Heaven, the spiritual realm, is your true home. What you're experiencing here in a physical form is an illusion. Do you understand this message?
Yeah.
Yes. So part of that experience was to allow you to understand that there is another realm. This is the real realm. So that when your soul chose to come back and it needed a little push, but your soul truly wanted to be here. But the experience was so that you can understand that there are two worlds going on simultaneously at the same time. It's sometimes not always a question of here or there or 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 to think of it in terms of that way. Do understand that your higher self, your mind's God's mind, is quite aware of what is occurring on the other side at all times. You're just veiled to that information as you are here in the physical. So really, the experience was so that you would understand that connection. To remind you, because at the time that occurred, you needed to be reminded of who you truly are. Do you understand this? As far as the interaction, it was your guardian angel. And I also want to let you know that you're very safeguarded by Archangel Michael also. That there are times that he makes appearance to you in the form of a blue orb. Are you aware of this? Well, this will be more apparent to you in the near future, for you are evolving quite nicely on a spiritual level. Do understand this is a journey, and sometimes the journey seems like a very slow one or a very slow paced. But you have decided to go from A to Z quite nicely. It's like, okay, I'm done with this. Let's move forward. I need to know now. Does this make sense? Yes, yes, yes. So you will soon discover that having this experience was very necessary for soul growth and understanding, allowing you on a soul level, on a God level, to make different choices for yourself. Can you see this?
Yes.
And does this help?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. And we want to thank you for your support in the community also, for you're very much part of that, of what we spoke for prior. And this is part of why all this happened. It was to wake you up. And you have wakened quite nicely, I will say, on your own time and terms. And you understand that message, correct? Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, we thank you today for being here and helping us with information and some confirmation. So thank you very much.
Yes, I want to thank everyone who participated today, for you were called forward in advance. Thank you for answering the call, and to remind you that I am there available for you from this day forward also, that you can call me at any time and we can continue our conversations in the ethers. So it is, and so it shall be. Thank you. What is so funny is that when I come back, I was like, I forgot. I forgot. You know. Yeah. So how'd it go? Good, good. No, because I forget where I'm at. When I open my eyes, I'm like, oh my God, it's almost like a shock, you know? So did it go good? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So I do want to do a reminder that I'm here on Wednesdays. And I do regular readings too also, but I do offer one-on-ones on Wednesdays. Oh, you've had a one-on-one, correct? Yes, yes.
Really, really beneficial. It helped me a lot. It helped me on my journey. It helped me with the problems that I was encountering. And yeah, and I advanced
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah, the ones-on-ones are really good because he's just really concentrating, I think, on you and the questions that you need to do, and you're by yourself, not in a group, so you feel a little bit more comfortable. So that is available to you here on Wednesdays. So I do want to say that.
Also, I wanted to say real quick, Molly does sessions like this with a group twice a month for us here at the store. Usually it's always a 1 o'clock Friday session, and it's $20 for up to 2 hours roughly. And you can ask any questions like this. And now she's also been doing a men's group for the last 3 or 4 months now, and it's at 6 o'clock on a Thursdays, and it will be on the 18th at 6 o'clock. It's $20, just men. There's no women other than Molly. But when her channel comes, there's no women. So yeah, I would really encourage the men to come. I mean, I know Michael comes like almost every time he's here. So, and they have a really good relationship going on.
Yes, they
So
do.
it's a perfect time to come and when you have questions, but it's in a setting just like this, so it's comfortable. So please think about that in the future, because she's here twice a month, and then her Wednesdays.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You can share that with your male friends.
So who does this? Who does this? Who turns this off?
Take it off. I'm not gonna grab your shirt. It's on video. I'm not gonna do it. Oh yeah. You should have asked the question. It was burning inside of you.
I know, it's not like it to me, but I do want to
When I
come.
open my eyes and I look and I'm
So the third thing is,
Yeah.
We should, yeah, she had a question about, he's a sound technician at the, and he's been. How do you go on 18?
Yeah,
Cold weather.
proud.
25 degrees.
It's not even this cold. I mean, it's not as cold, but still it's wet. You can add it.
I did have one question, just because I have a vastly different way of
Oh, did you?
daily. As far as conspiracy theories go, what would you consider as
I guess I don't know. What is your conspiracy theory?
Sure. I suppose. Yeah. I think one that had come to mind that I didn't want to ask had to do with timelines.
Timelines is spiritual question.
Right. Okay.
Oh, he's talking about timelines.
Yes, yeah.
Ask questions like that.
Sure.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Especially
Well,
Right in there?
men tend to be, in general, a little bit more analytical. So they kind of push the enlightenment to hit that head on.
That timeline, that's.
Well, depends exactly what he means, but, so it depends, but anything that's timeline, that's a spiritual question, so it's part of the metaphysics of how does it work, so.
Something like the 3D5 split.
Okay. Great.
$5 for drinks, like $10. Free drinks.
Oh,
Well, it's usually divisive, those customers.
I'm not.
No, we sign up.
Oh my God, to some degree. If he doesn't,
Oh, they'll give you
oh,
$3.
sorry. No. That's how we found out.
Okay, well,
And then he did, he said,
You
no.
could do that. If we win on their turns.
It's a good show. We've had some concerts with
he's in charge.
He has brought some stuff. Yeah. He gets gets on a spin about yeah, he gets a little riled up. Yeah, he gets him riled up. He didn't get riled up, did he?
Yeah.
No, we cracked the joke a couple times.
Yeah.
Which one was that one?
I forget exactly.
Somebody was getting
held
light
light
on.
a couple times. Got Chuck Love.
See, I remember like old songs, like I like to talk about the work about in a few days. I'll remember.
That's what's interesting. A week later, 2 weeks later, we'll talk about something and or something that he.
Because he said
Friday. Friday.
Friday is the group for everybody. And then the next Thursday at 6 o'clock.
They're gonna have,
Next week, the 18th, we're doing the men's group.
and then the last one.
I know. I
Sometimes.
Everything else.
You know, when you did this, well, you know, it was kind of a recording on our site. It's going on YouTube, it's going on the Facebook page. What? I feel like a little kid sometimes. What did I do?
Oh, they changed it. Fifth grade.
Yeah.
I
thought about
it. Yeah. I didn't order anything else too.
You see that in the story.
My kept his hands like this 99%.
Well, that's a lot.
So all the people my physical connection telling me I'm thinking spiritual, I'm a spiritual. I'm there. So that's what that is. And I'm all
I start seeing the energy. It's almost like it starts.
Figure out when I sometimes when I just with my third eye bringing more into it, or I have the feeling energy.
Do you remember me?
I was eating it with my finger too. I just put a bunch of hand sanitizer on, so I'm not worried. I just like that purple fingers are like
us.
I do have a nap.
And when I kept looking at your face, it was like it was fuzzed out. There was no. I did not see clarity on the screen. It was like they were like when I try to keep somebody anonymous, you can see this phone
like
thing,
that.
but it's just fuzzed out. Anyway, it'd be interesting to look at the recording and see.
What I'm wondering is if you were the only one who saw that, what you were seeing was his energy superimposed
You're gonna
over
keep
her,
coming,
but you're actually
right?
seeing it. It's like,
Yeah, the message that you gave is that we are all to channel. And it has to do with all of us. It's open and meditate. Okay. Yeah, and it is really listening. All of us. You came in.
Again, we're getting ready to start with our next speaker, and we are at the Place of Spiritual Wisdom, 9720 West Peoria Avenue, Peoria, Arizona. Love to see you guys out here. I have to back up a little bit. And Candy is here, and she is ready to go, but we are preparing. So we will be back on or back with audio in a few minutes. It's on shadow work. This is Candy Bailey and on shadow work. I'm not Candy Bailey. I'm Julie Karen. Anyway, Candy, come on over. Okay, I'm gonna have you put this wherever you want. Your hair is. It'll make noise for a little bit. And where would you like me to put this? I'll let you put that on first.
Oh, I don't know. Am I live?
We are live.
Oh,
right now.
shoot. Can I swear?
No, do you usually swear?
Actually, what? quite a potty mouth there, Julie. But I'm not to offend, just to
No.
express and
Okay.
elaborate things. So,
If you want to
yes.
put this into your pocket,
Oh,
there's a little clip there.
okay.
Either pocket.
Right on.
So yes, and yes, some of our lives they do articulate in a more cursive dialogue, but that's fine.
Colorful language
Colorful language, yes.
sprinkled in once in a while.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to sit down. You can stand up either way, whatever
Oh.
you feel like.
Okay. Well, am I talking to an empty room?
Yes, nice.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. You are here.
I am here.
Thank you.
Can you?
I can see myself.
Okay.
Am
See
I?
yourself well?
Is there others?
No, you'll be the only one
No.
on
Okay.
right now. I mean, I'm connected. I'm just not on.
Are we live now?
We are live.
Okay.
Tech is here, but
Should I start?
this is Candy Bailey,
Oh, hey.
and she's going to speak on shadow work.
Yes.
Okay. All
Yes.
yours.
Okay. Hey there.
Okay.
Hey there. Okay. So at least I have some. I got somebody. Okay.
Sit closer.
Yeah, come on closer. Okay. There you go. Okay, so my name is Candy, and I have, just as far as work goes, I have a private practice. By trade, I'm trained as a therapist, and so I've been in private practice for 20 plus years. And about 9 years ago, I'm just going to tell you my story. 9 years ago, my husband died suddenly. He killed himself. And so I thought that was rude. So I'm like, what's going on? So as a result from that, a lot of my stuff opened up. So a lot of my memories from childhood came back. I had a lot of experiences with other beings, a lot of lucid dreaming, a lot of astral travel, a lot of contactee experiences, like a who's who of realms came to visit. Like he opened the door and a lot of things happened. So from that, I got a lot of information and started channeling, started doing what we would normally be doing. And I started just researching and researching and researching because I came from a background of atheism and science and psychology and all that stuff. And I was very entrenched in that. And then I became like, whoa, there is this. And so then I just started researching because my left brain wanted to do all that and my right brain joining on board. So we're just trying to come from whole brain. But I do have a big background in Eastern philosophy and in Buddhism, Taoism. And so I've been studying that for decades. So that served as a foundation for me to be able to create a different practice. And now I study all things metaphysics. And I'm attending the University of Metaphysical Sciences in California.
Oh.
Yeah. And so anything metaphysical is my jam, mostly the occult and mystic teachings and anything in mysticism, anything in the schools, because ancient teachings are essentially modern quantum physics teachings. So that is essentially quantum physics and metaphysics is just merging and having a baby in the new age right here. So Greg Braden is a big name, and Dr. Lipton, Bruce Lipton. So I started studying all things about your vibrational body, all things about mind, and so I dove into Carl Jung. Is everybody familiar with Carl Jung? And Freud. Here's a little story. 1913, thus have I heard, Carl Jung and Freud had a friendship, and they studied a lot of occult stuff, the mystic teachings, but they also really started diving into the ego and the id and the superego and all that. and they started diving into a little bit more of metaphysics and dream interpretation and things like that. And so around this time, the AMA invited Freud to come and speak at their conferences because we're getting into medicine now, and Freud did a lot of experimenting on cocaine and things like that. So Carl says, hey, yeah, let's do our dream interpretation stuff there. Let's invite in a lot of more of the mystic and the metaphysics stuff. And Freud's like, no. And so they had a big rift. And so that became like the rift of 1913. Carl Jung went on to develop shadow work. And shadow work, in this sense, in a simplest form, is that we all have a persona that we present into the world. And our persona is how we identify ourselves. Like, hey, I'm female. My name's Candy. I'm nice. Sometimes I'm mean. Sometimes I'm a mom. I'm a daughter. So this persona is demonstrating certain things. The shadow has the opposite of that because we live in a polarity. We live in the world of duality. We live in opposites. So anything that's personified has an opposite to it and gets suppressed or repressed in your shadow. Suppression means, oh, I know it's there. I can't deal with it right now, but I need to unpack it. I got to go to work. Repression means, I don't even know it's there. It's been there forever. It's in my genetic code. It's in my, ancestral line. And I don't know it's there, and I don't know it's bothering me because I don't know it's there. So shadow work becomes where you are triggered by the world, like something will bother you or something is upsetting you, and that's a projection of you. Because the whole idea of shadow work and the whole idea of this illusion in Buddhism, Buddha woke up and said, hey, this isn't what you think it is, right? Sat under a tree for however long, went back home. His friend said, you look different. And he's like, I am Buddha. And all Buddha means in Pali is awake. So illusion doesn't necessarily mean that it's not real. It's just not what you think it is. And so quantum physics also tells us that. It's not what you think it is. We split the atom. It's just energy, guys. So we are catching up to this reality. And so now in psychology, we know that all is projection of mind. And so whatever you are experiencing in the world is unique to your own perspective. We all could watch the same movie and come away with completely different feels about it. I saw different things than you saw, but we saw the same movie. And it's the same with any kind of traumas or dramas we go through. So whatever that is that you're receiving as a trigger or something is unique to your field, is unique to your shadow. It's a call. It's like, hey, there's something going on. And we need to integrate whatever the shadow aspect is in with our persona. So shadow work is all about integrating. It's all about finding the stuff in your basement, in a sense, that you don't know is there. But there's somebody or something out there that triggered you to know what that is. So it's all about taking back your power. So in other words, if I were to be upset with my sister, and I'm like, she's so controlling. She's so, and then I have to go, wait, just like me. So instead of trying to change her, I go in, I take my power back, and I work on that compensation.
Similar to CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy?
Yes and no. Cognitive behavioral therapy would be like a precursor to working on shadow work. So cognitive behavior make me feel like I'm feeling. Will give me a reaction. So in other words, somebody says something to me and I'm like, I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult, right? Does that ever happen to, right? Like, right there, you have this perspective. If you take the compliment, your feeling is going to be positive. If you take the insult, it's going to be negative. And what you respond to from there is a result of that. This is also the law of cause and effect. Every effect, there's a cause. Every cause, there's effect. And so what shadow work does is it makes you more hyper aware of that. Now, what makes me take the compliment as opposed to the insult? would be how I pattern myself, what I've been conditioned to learn, what I've been conditioned to understand about the world, not in just this life. Yes, not in just this lifetime, but in all lifetimes. So from the ages of 0 to 7, your pretty much brainwaves are in theta, right? They're those sleepy brainwaves where you're just waking up and you're just falling asleep, or you're in hypnosis. That's a theta brainwave. So from 0 to 7, you need to be in those brainwaves because you need to know how to use a fork, and you need to know how to use a potty, and you need to be programmed. And so this programming continues. You pick up the programming and you just continue on with it. We do that in a repressed state. We do that unconsciously. That's our personal unconscious. It gets buried. And so when we do shadow work, we're recognizing like, oh, this type of person, or this thing, or that social issue, or that politician, or is poking at where we have an imbalance in our psyche, right? And so we don't know that imbalance is there because we've just been conditioned to just go on. So when we recognize that, that's a call to go inside and work from the inside out, not the outside in. The outside in thinking in work is like, I'm going to go protest and I'm going to go change the world, right? And when we do that too much, we exhaust ourselves because the world is just a projection of your mind. And so that's the illusion. When I first was getting all the downloads and I was like waking up, I remember I called my sister over and I'm like, okay, I've got all these ideas, because everything was just happening to me. It wasn't happening to anybody else, right? It was just like unique to me, and I needed to save the world. So she's like, okay, Candy. And I'm like, okay, so this is what we're going to do. And she's like, okay, she's like taking notes, and she's like, so what's your goal? Like, what's your mission? Because I'm just blabbing, right? And I'm like, the world. And she's like, okay. And she writes, save the world, and circles it. And I'm like, I get how I sound, right? So ever since then, all the beings that I've worked with, the team, are like, no, you need to save the world from you. You're the one that, is the world that needs saving. So then I started researching all the shadow work and all that other stuff. And so all that deep down inside stuff that we don't know is there, and we just need to know how to interpret it and not be afraid of it. That's the key. So sometimes I explain it as we are shifting. We're going through a paradigm shift. Everybody knows paradigm shift. We're moving. A paradigm is your belief system. It is, we once believed the world was flat. Now we're going to believe it. But it takes a little bit to catch on to that, right? It's round, most of us. Anytime we have a personal paradigm shift, it might be I got a divorce, I left my religion, I no longer, have this friendship, things like that. There's paradigm shifts happening all the time. In mass, we're shifting from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. We are living on the cusp. It's the age of prophets. Here we are. And so we need to get the word out. Hey, we're changing our minds here. It's not like that. It's more like this. It's not a hierarchy anymore. It's more like a holarchy. It's giving back to the people. It's love and it's Renaissance. It's not so much the structure thing. We're doing that in mass because it's mass information and we're all waking up to that. But then we're also doing it in a microcosmic way. So internally, we are doing what is happening externally. So the idea is that we're ascending. So we have been in a dense, very dense vibration for a while, and now we're moving into more of a higher vibration. So sometimes I get the image of over here, we're cleaning out the Pisces house, right? And we need to move into the new Aquarius house, right? Which is nice. Everybody wants to be over here and unpacking and putting the things away. But there's still we have to clean out the basement here. We've been here 2,000 plus years, right? So we need to clean it out. This is similar to us. So we've held a lot of fears and shames and guilt and all kinds of stuff, usually packed into the lower chakra system. And we just walk around with it. And so things that trigger us are really triggering that area. And so it gives us, oh, I didn't know that moldy orange was back stuck in the corner of the closet. I got to go get that out, or whatever is dirt's in there. So what we're doing when we do shadow work is recognizing those things that we can't see on a daily basis that we just kind of put up with. But it's triggering us to, hey, there's something going on here. And then we go in and we just compensate for that. We balance it. We're not in the mode of trying to leave something and go to something else. We're in the mode of integrating. So Piscean energy, Aquarian energy, those quantum computing, we're integrating. Inner child, lower self, higher self, it's all about integrating. Shadow self, persona. Does that make any sense? Okay. Questions so far? I'm just babbling. Okay. So what I do is I help people do their shadow work. And we do shadow work, but we also do a lot of other things. I'll do tarot or oracle readings. But I also teach classes on like the Hermetic principles, also any kind of esoteric teaching, because that is essentially what we're doing today, but we're modernizing it. It's neo. And there's a lot of people who, you guys are grounded, so you're able to talk about what you're talking about in a very healthy and grounding way. But I've worked with a lot of people who have talked like this, and we put them on medication and in a rubber room, or, they're institutionalized because that's just not the way it went. Thank you, Freud. No, I'm not blaming Freud. But,
You can blame him a little.
okay, a little bit. Somebody's got to be responsible. But the idea is that we learned it a certain way, and now we need to relearn it in a different way without it being so scary. And there are a lot of people that are very scared about that. And so mostly I spend a lot of time in the astral planes, a lot of time just searching and thinking about these things. And a lot of scary stuff is out there if your mind is going to project that. So the reason it's important to really, if you're on this journey, to really clean it out is because you will start to project some stuff when you move into the astral realms, and as you become more light body in generations to come, you're gonna have a hard time. So that's why there is a lot of, first we wake up, then we clean up, then we grow up, and then we show up. So a lot of people who are like having awakenings and they're not in a very stable place will maybe do some crazy stuff, and they'll just kind of be wonked out and not sure. So mostly what we need to learn is about how our mind works and how we project our mind, how we can balance this out, and how we can see ourselves in that without blame, shame, fear, and just work with those darker sides of us. Does that make any sense? Okay. Questions? Please ask me questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
If you have time when you're talking, I would love to hear about some of your experiences, like in astral traveling and your experiences with some of the beings that you mentioned.
Okay.
I'd love to hear about some of that.
Okay.
If you have a chance.
Yep. We can talk about that now. Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you start when it comes to shadow work? What is the very basic beginning?
Okay. So everybody's a little different. Everybody's at a different place. I always say we're all working out of our own little workbooks. And so it would depend on where you're at. So I have clients who are, let's get right into it. They're talking about their other experience, even channelers and, other mystics, people who study this for a long time. We're always going to be doing the shadow work because there's many more realms, many more beings that are going to trigger us. And we trigger each other here in the physical realm. They trigger us out there too.
Just when you think you got it all
Yes.
together, it's like, bam, it hits you one more time.
Yep.
It's like, oh man,
Right.
I thought I was done with this.
Mm-hmm. But the idea is it stops becoming shadow work so much and it becomes a lifestyle.
It becomes easier.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then you live the surreal life where you're lucid dreaming in a sense, where you're always seeing symbolism and synchronicities constantly. And if you do too much of that too soon, you're going to blow your mind, you know. So the whole idea is keep your mind open, but not so open that your brain falls out, which can happen and has happened. So we want to make sure we're in a good path. So it depends. Most of the time, I really need to prime people on the fact that we live in a duality. If you're mean, you're nice. If you're up, you're down. If we are all these things, these are co-arising. These are mutual arising. So a lot of Taoist philosophy and a lot of Buddhist philosophy comes in with that, because it's really for us to understand we're having a dualistic experience where we're living in a world of opposites. And that's just our ego that needs to know that's a chair and not a tree. We don't emphasize ego a whole lot. I don't seem to talk about ego a lot because it's not something I want to kill or whack-a-mole or, you know, be made an enemy of. It's just this mechanism that is important for us to be here in the physical plane. Also, it's very temporary. All of this is just temporary projections of mind, and it's important for us to understand that we're constantly being polarized without having to be in the hamster wheel. So a lot of it is avoid pain, seek pleasure, pain and pleasure. In Buddhism, there's something called the 8 worldly winds, in which we get caught up in, right? Or the 8 worldly concerns, and it's pain and pleasure, gain and loss, fame and infamy. And so these are the things we kind of get caught up in. It's like, no, not that, but this. And if we keep spinning like that, we exhaust ourselves. So the idea is, you know, the picture of yin yang. The idea is to ascend from that, to rise above that, and know that we are all this. So this is a saying I always go by, and basically wisdom is knowing I am nothing, and love is knowing I am everything, and between the two my life moves. And so these are the teachings that encompass my work. And so where we start is we always start where you're at. And I find that a lot of times people have a hard time grasping this duality, because one of the techniques we use is like just like me. And I'll give you an example. So when I started doing it, I'm like, okay, I just got to remember that everything is just like me. So my older sister used to piss me off because she was controlling and bossy, because she's an older sister. And I'd be like, don't be so controlling and bossy. And she's like, And I'm like, but I'm like, wait, she's so controlling and bossy, just like me. And then I have my inner fight. I'm not controlling. I'm so flexible and what? And then, right. And then I go, well, I need to be more controlling and bossy. Then the other fight, no, don't be controlling and bossy. It's not good. You got to be this, not that. And I'm like, wait, change the words. Okay. Maybe I just need to have boundaries. Instead of controlling and bossy, I use the words, be assertive, have boundaries. You know, just don't be so wishy-washy, right? So it's all about bringing in the balance. And now my sister is still very controlling and bossy, but it doesn't trigger me because it's been integrated, you see? So I can, yeah. So here's the idea, is that when I say we're like cleaning up the basement, we're cleaning up the lower parts, right? It doesn't mean that those are bad parts. They're just young parts, and they're just ignorant parts, or just parts that were conditioned, and we're reconditioning them. And so is anybody familiar with the Kundalini energy? Okay, so the Kundalini cannot move up the spine if there's stuff in your trunk, right? So when we do shadow work, it cleans a lot of that out. We can go to Reiki, we can do yoga, we can do a lot of things to clear that energy and do what I call like an energy dialysis, clean it out, bring it back. Shadow work is very permanent because you're literally shifting how you think. It takes a little longer because you're like, what? I was always taught what? So, but once you get used to it, you're always moving that energy around. So the whole idea for us in humanity at this time is to come from heart, is to have the heart brain. So if we're always moving with heart, if we're always answering and talking from the heart and working from the heart, there's no problem, because that opens the other channels this way. And so the heart always acts like the medium or the bridge between the lower and the upper. That's kind of how I think about it. So, long answer to your short question, but did that help? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Oh, you wanted to know about my experiences.
Yeah, well, if any, I'm not a priority. 'Cause
Okay.
People may have other questions, but if you have time.
Let's do it now.
I know my
Yeah,
10
go ahead.
days. Sorry about because I really come for you, but I have to do something in church too. So I didn't know what you were discussing before. I don't know what time you started, but I still meet you here.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've taken a class with you, my favorite class, but this shadow work I would like. You already finished that?
That is offered every Monday here.
Okay, Monday.
It's like a 2-hour. It's like a group.
Beginning tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. It's been going on, but tomorrow it starts up again. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So a lot of my experiences in the beginning, like I said, my mind flew open when my husband died because that was a sudden trauma. So in Zen Buddhism, they call that a satori. That is a satori. That's when you have a sudden enlightenment, and it's very painful, and usually from some sort of trauma or something. It can be a physical trauma too, but that energy will rise very quickly. So after he died, I went to see my friend who was a medium, and he channeled my husband, and he's like, hey, lay flat, trying to connect. And I'm just taking notes, right? That night in bed, I was like, wait, didn't he say lay flat, trying to connect? And so I fell asleep, and somewhere in the night, all these beings came around, and they're like, hey, Candy, and they're like all around, and I'm like very happily laying flat and trying to connect. And it was like a lot of work was being done, a lot of stuff, and just ever since then, everything changed. So there were a lot of different experiences. Several times I had meetings with the lion-headed people. That's what I call them. And then there were different extraterrestrials. So those kind of come and go. I did see a very tall gray in my doorway in my bedroom. He was just really a female, but they were just doing some work. And none of it was scary. A lot of it was healing. There's just a lot of work that we do in the other realms that we just don't know here.
Do you have any idea well, we know it triggered the death of your husband, but do you think that's why these beings came to you, because realizing you now had this awareness where they could come to you, and what do you think their message was for you? Was it for comfort? Was it for instruction? Was it, what was that all about?
Okay, well, I've never spoken of this, so here we go. So we have an agreement. My husband and I, a lot of stuff gets talked about in dream state and other ethers and other levels of consciousness that instead of here. And so, is anybody familiar with Dolores Cannon? Silly question. Yes, so I had 4 of those sessions. And so basically, we are part of a hybrid program.
Right.
Okay. And so what we agreed on, so the concept of the volunteer is a concept that I bring into my sessions a lot, because we need to constantly volunteer here. And so you volunteer until you don't volunteer anymore. And if any great philosopher will say that all deaths are suicides, because that's the end game. How will you do it suddenly or slow game? It's up to you. But the idea is that we're here temporarily. We're here to help the shift. And so we brought in a couple of kids to help us shift. They don't know they're part of a hybrid program, but we agreed, in a sense, what we do is also fall asleep. So
Can I interrupt you one second? When you say we, who are you specifically referring to?
Humans.
Humanity in general.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Not everybody's aware in the same way,
No.
but we're all shifting. We're all paradigm shifting. And so when
volunteering part,
everybody's a
people who are
volunteer,
unaware.
everybody's a volunteer because you're just not consciously volunteering. You think about it, before you come back into your body, you are volunteering. You didn't cut the cord. So when you come back into your body and you wake up in the morning, you're volunteering. You're just not consciously volunteering. But if you consciously volunteer, you're like, do I want to kill the avatar today? No, not today. Do I want to divorce that guy? No, not today. Do I want to quit that job? No, not today. You're constantly showing up. You're constantly volunteering. And so what we want to do is just raise the consciousness, like, do I want to still constantly be here? Do I need to still be here? Do I still want to show up? Do I still want to show up? And that's the concept. You know, we wake up. We got to clean up some of the stuff, that the reprogramming. We're growing up. We're maturing spiritually. This is the whole idea. We're becoming more spiritually intellectual. And then we need to show up. And how are you going to show up? That kind of thing. So we're constantly doing that. And so when you're conscious of it, you're just always consciously the volunteer. So when Dolores wrote about the 3 waves of volunteer, these are people that are a lot more connected to the conscious concept of being a volunteer. Most of us are kind of like, yep, time to make the donuts or whatever, right? So that happened. So when he died, I started remembering all the visitations I had as a child. And so all the other beings that came in the room and the levitations we would do. And so there were many of us that, you know, were contacted as kids and things like that. But then we, you know, later on, so what you have to do is kind of like fall asleep again, because I had to have kids. I had to, like, you know, you can't like live that life and be tethered here. It's too much. Right. So we do fall asleep so we can have kids and be here and get grounded. And then when he died, it was like, oh yeah, all that stuff is real too. And then you work on trying to walk both worlds. So that happened. So all kinds of other stuff, bed levitating, you know, other things.
So your husband was part of this?
Yes.
Will you have ever picked another man that doesn't know anything about what you're doing and be comfortable with? Or you have to pick a partner that understands this stuff?
If I wanted to pick a partner, yeah.
Someone that understands.
Yeah. But my path I'm done with partners. I'm done with partners. I'm done. There's just a time when I remember thinking like, oh, nobody's gonna get the nobody. I'm just like, you know, I would start talking about stuff, and I talk to my sister, and she'd be like, yeah, did you know that? I'm like, I'm past that. You know, you ever see the movie Lucy?
About the original woman?
No, the one with Scarlett Johansson, where she takes these drugs. You've seen it, right? And she starts just using all of her brain, right? You know, they say we only use 10% of our brain, but she's just using it all, right? And so she's gathering all this information. She's looking up on the internet. She just knows everything. So that's what it felt like. Everybody gets downloads. This was like a lot. And so we would say, like, I would be awake for days, you know, and just journaling, you know, channeling, whatever. I would just taking it all in. And then it has to like settle somehow. And so you learn to work with them. And then what I decided to do, because they're like, whatever you want to do. I'm like, great. You know, give me a whole buffet, do whatever you want. So I just decided that I'm going to stay and do this shadow work, because what I notice is that a lot of people spiritually bypass, like I was doing. And so you're like, yes, this is open. Now I can do this stuff, but there's a lot of junk here. And so this junk, if it's not cleaned out, will project out in your other stuff. Because I was also meeting a lot of tricksters, a lot of others who weren't so nice. And they're like, yeah, we'll be your husband, you know, in dream state. And it's like, oh, wait, right? And I'm like, yeah, everybody's love and light, right? So not when you have stuff that you know, still need to work on. So the duality goes far. The polarization is in many, many realms. And as we travel and as we expand our mind, our consciousness, we need to be aware of that. So that's what shadow work does. It helps you to just stay conscious, be aware that, you know, there's other neighborhoods besides the physical realm. They're not always for you. They vibrate differently. And it's just so you can navigate.
Can you explain, without having to go into the whole hour long, summarize the methods that you use for each person to help them, if they're not aware of their issues, to help them stir them up a little bit, trigger them, you know, gently type thing, so they can sort of start processing? Is there a way you do that?
Okay, yes. So like I mentioned, there's the just like me technique, right? And most people are like, I'm aware I have an issue with my boss, or I'm aware I have an issue with my mother, or something like that. So that's right there, your archetype, right? We also work on a lot of, you know, the archetypes. I teach a class called The Fool's Journey, which is the fool's journey from the magician and the high priestess. And these are archetypes that we can place on family members, politicians, other people in the world. So that's one way, you know, the relationships you have. So when you're doing shadow work, you're usually past the work of cognitive behavioral therapy, or you usually have a basic understanding of your personal psychology, because this is depth psychology. So that's a technique, but also dream interpretation is huge, because if you're a dreamer, that's the projection of mind, period, right there. So everything in your dream is the aspect of you. We can grasp that. Like, oh, okay, that's a projection of me, that's a project. But this other dream, this very physical dream, people don't really take that to heart. So we need to treat this like it's a dream as well. And this is just, right. It's just a very real one. And we need to like kind of figure out, well, this isn't the only one. This is only 3 dimensions, people. The numbers go up to 9, right? So whatever that means, right? So we can expand as much as we want. So it kind of depends. We can use it through dreams, through different techniques. There's workbooks out there. There's a technique, Feed Your Demons. And it's really just about facing your fear and imagining whatever your fear would be in like a demon form. And then you just feed it, because it's all about engaging with that dark side that is needed for your light side. So we have light workers, but we have dark workers, and they need to work together.
How do you feed your fear?
So feeding the demon technique it's all about you. It's a book, and I'll show it to you after, but it's all about you imagine what this fear would be. And then what would it look like if it were the ugliest demon you could come up with? And then you have to look at it. And then you make yourself turn to gel. You just imagine you just turn to gel, and then you just feed the demon. The idea is that the demon then is happy, they're fed, and they become your ally. Because the whole idea is that you are the demon, and we're the devil and the angel. We are both of these, and we need to integrate them. We're the younger self and the older self. So that's
Your fear, it seems like fear is consuming you.
yes,
Which seems, it doesn't make sense,
right.
You don't want the fear to take over you.
Right. That's why the fear turns to, it's not really fear, because fear is the illusion.
Okay.
Yeah. So also fear is, the greatest fear is fear itself. And that's how it becomes, right. You need to have some instinctual fear, like, hey, don't jump off that cliff. Hey, don't run out into traffic. But a lot of fear is conditioned. And like, remember that 0 to 7 stage, right? And so let's say I'm 2 years old and I'm playing on the floor and my brain waves are just whatever's going on, and a snake slithers in, and like, oh yeah, here's a snake, and mom comes and is like, no, right there, I'm feeling fear. Okay. Oh, that thing, be afraid of it. So then you become afraid of it. And that's the conditioning that goes until later on. You're like, okay, well, here's this snake and here's this snake, and they're not all scary and they're all different. And so we just need to learn that about other things, especially if there's a lot of religion that's been really ingrained in your system and you're trying to become more spiritually intellectual. And it's not that that's bad, it just has to get integrated into a higher form of understanding what that is. So, and we're also living through a time of mass in your reality, and a lot of that is what we know. You're literally questioning your paradigm, so you're questioning your just do that, you can, what I say, glitch out, and you don't want to do that so quickly. So you need to ease into it, like Dolores would say, bite-sized chunks. And so we do need to do that. And so shadow work is just kind of a slow and easy way to do that. I always say, like, hypnosis, it just pries it open. And it's like, look at this goody stuff here, right? It just pries it open and it's like, okay, let's close it up and go back, right? Shadow work and psychoanalysis and depth psychology is about, we're gonna like slowly over time kind of keep opening it, but keep it open. Keep it open, but not let your brain fall out, right? So it's good to have fast and easy way. Let's take a peek at that. Let's look at that, because then we can kind of know what we're working with. And then we want to keep it open and keep going and not be so afraid of it. That's mostly what I'm trying to make it not so scary. That's why I named it Candyland Alchemy. We got to have some fun with it, because a lot of stuff is serious. So, is that making sense? Okay. So part of how I describe my experience personally is, it's like somebody shoved me into a dark room, and just before they shut the door, I saw a snake in the corner, and then the door shuts and it's pitch black. And now I'm like, for the rest of my life, right? I'm like, okay, sure, let's be here. And then somebody came on, my husband, who decided to die, opened the door for just a brief moment, and just then I'm able to see, oh, it's not a snake, it's a rope. It's just a rope. Like, ow. Somebody else over here is going, it's a snake, it's still a snake, but we're trying to, get away from it. And so I'm just like, it's all illusion. It's just, but I get where you're coming from. So that's kind of my vision I get when I think about Buddha. Like, ooh, it's just an illusion, guys. So, but easier said than done. So, does that make sense? Clear as mud. Okay. All right. So, thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, we're wrapping it up. Okay. Any last minute questions?
So what would you tell someone when you go to shadow, or someone into this spirituality, to know, like the one you said, open up, but don't let your brain open up? Because I tell people I open up, but sometimes they tell me you do open up. But would you like to, because most of the time I don't even see anything that is spiritual, but it happens to me. And in fact, yesterday, the black lady there, Angie, was the one I resonated with completely because of my background, everything that she said. So most of the things I see, and I think I'm weird, I didn't even know it's spiritual. And it comes in your own personal way that it doesn't have to be the way you see yours. Oh, my dear friend here, I'm just, so I can embrace what I see rather than to beat myself up that this is not spiritual. This is
Yes.
right.
That's so. If you're familiar with Ken Wilber, he talks about the paradigm shift in that way. We are all experiencing spirit. We're all experiencing physical. We're all experiencing pretty much sort of the same thing in different ways. And so you might describe it differently than somebody else. I describe energy and somebody might describe it as an angel. And so how we're perceiving things is just how we're specifically perceiving it. Is that making sense? Yeah. And so it's really about how we are growing up. It's how we're becoming more intellectual in all the realms. And it's like child development. So if I'm developing, we experience the same thing, but we interpret it differently. But we're all growing up. We're all developing it. We're all using different language. Language means something. So how we describe it might be the same thing, but a different perspective. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You can speak to Candy later. I mean, after this, but yeah, you can go ahead and turn that off.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's not. I know.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, that was good. Okay.
Okay.
If that is best, that will.
Me in
Okay.
2017, and the other one was when he was 19.
All right.
And
Okay. Yeah. Like a little. From sliding, something a little bit. Yeah.
I can put it with the, you need the Kleenex to show too.
Well, it does. It does in the image. In there. Okay. Does this look all right? and then I'm going to hold up one of these. I never even thought about getting a plate holder thingy for it.
It's still heavy. Oh, okay, that will.
how about, will it fit on that little lip right there? Try that. Yes, just like to that. Ooh, it does. It won't break if it falls, right? Well, we'll put this down on the
It's
ground.
metal. It's metal.
I'm gonna put this right here in case it falls.
It's metal.
Yeah.
So it should not. I hope.
Like that, and more straight. How's that? Perfect. Well, then you need to move. You need
Okay.
to move.
Scoot it back
Okay.
then.
How's that better?
And
Me too. And I'll put this right here to like break its fall. Just so it'll make a bunch of noise, I'm sure. Okay, there. That should be good, yeah?
okay, hopefully. Oh yeah, that works wonderful.
I think it'll be fine. We'll bump the table in with it.
Yeah, I'll try. Not. Yes, yes. Okay. Well, it's not until over. It's got. I have several other pages to read before we get to that story, but that's just one of the most amazing ones. For me to. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited for you to be here. So I'm excited to be here today to share some wonderful stories that I've heard from my amazing clients. I appreciate it. I'm basically going to read the stories. And the reason why is I want to make sure that I get information correct. Because I did find that I was telling a couple stories a little bit different from the way it was expressed in the session. HHT session, the Dolores Cannon method of past life regression. We do the past life regression as part of the session. We also healing, and we also connect you with your higher self. It's really awesome. But what I'm emphasizing today, and this is what everyone typically is interested in, is the past life part of the session. So I'm starting out with one person, and he just jumped to a different life as another person. He says it's really primitive. He doesn't have clothes on, only a loincloth. There's other people like him. There's a lot of dirt. We are very hungry. It's very important we build something and get food. I feel scared. We are in danger. We have to act quickly. I think we are all starving to death. We don't have food. We have to get it. Some people are holding spears. It's a long time ago. There is rocks. We throw rocks. We are going to try and kill an animal. Some people stay behind and some are going out. I'm going with them. There are 5 of us. It's very dangerous, and I'm very scared. I think we're going to try and kill an animal before it kills us. We go out looking for it. There is no vegetation, only big rocks and dirt. I don't know what this animal is. There is a lot of pressure to do this. We keep walking in the rocks looking for this animal. We know it's going to be a battle. It is life or death. If we don't kill this animal, we are all going to die. It may kill us while we do this. We are close to it. We see it. It has big antlers. We don't have any way to kill it. We have to run to it and jump on it and stab it to death. It's really bad. It's hurting us with the antlers. It killed me. Everything just ends. It stops. What I see. Something happened. My existence stopped. Everything is peaceful. No fear. No danger. I'm like in the ether. Nothingness. I'm floating. I see stars. I'm looking down on the sea. I'm dead, but my friends are still alive. They killed the animal. They are taking it back. Everything is going to be okay. I'm happy about that. I don't know what's going to happen to me. They are dragging this animal back, and it takes all of them to do it. This is what they keep telling me about Native American. It's starting to fade. Now he goes into another lifetime. And during my sessions, people experience quite a few different lifetimes. He says, I am back as another person, not in the same place. It's like in Europe. I'm wearing clothes, cobblestone streets. Everybody seems to be pretty happy. We are all drinking. It must be a party. A lot of people in the street. Most are really happy. They are rejoicing, yelling. I'm not scared of dying. No pressure to get food. Safe. Flying through the street. Countryside. No hills. Green, clear skies. People are dressed with lots of clothes, multiple layers, hats, coats. It's in the Middle Ages, but not dying of plague. Happy people. Not sure where. France, England. I'm just happy that they are all happy. I am by myself, but I am with the people on the street. It's not like a sidewalk, more like a boardwalk. The buildings are only a couple stories tall. I don't know what's going on. I'm dressed the same. Lots of clothes, leather boots. Maybe it's cold. I don't feel cold, but maybe it's getting chilly. I feel like I need to go somewhere. I'm going inside of a building through a big door. It's a bar, tables, a bar, people drinking. There is a table where I know the people. There is a woman and a couple of men. They know me, I know them. They seem quite familiar, not sure if they're friends or family. They are drinking mugs of beer. It is a national celebration. We won a war like independence or something like that. The woman is related to me. The guys aren't. She is across the table from me. Oh, she's my mother. We are sitting there drinking our beer, patting each other on the back. She is not drinking. She is stoic. We are drunks. I'm there. I don't know anywhere else to go. I'm very comfortable, safe. The guys are not related. And then he moves to another life. Says, we are back in the 1920s, but not the same place. Similar. I have a brand new baby. Now, this is a man speaking this. We are all happy that this baby is here. It's a boy, but I'm the mother. I'm holding this baby. I just had it yesterday. There are people there. The house is old, wood frame, high ceilings, very ornate. It's a big building. It goes way back. I'm in my bedroom, but I'm not in my bed. I'm in a big overstuffed chair. My husband is there and a couple of other people. One is my mom. I guess some are friends. It's way back, like the early 1800s. No cars. People get around with horses. It's a big place. We are well off, I guess. I'm wearing a big petticoat dress, and he chuckles about it. I'm fine. I'm recuperating from giving birth, but I'm healthy. The baby is fine. It's a big day. I walk around the house. We have money, fancy furniture, pictures on the wall, fireplace, a big house. It's like a plantation house. And then he moves forward to another scene. The setting is the same. There are more kids. They are older. One is a teenager. They are all my kids. Something's going on. The oldest one is going to get married. She is a girl. She's about 16. We are all happy. She's going to live with her husband and his dad and mom. They are all going to live together. It's kind of sad because we will not have her anymore. There's a lot of food. Kids are running around. I'm trying to corral them and get them to eat. I'm definitely older, like a grandma. But when I had the baby, I was definitely young, like around 18. A lot of people, we're having a big dinner. There are servants. They're doing all the food, dishes, and everything. The people are white. They are not slaves. The men have suits. They have like ties, not bow ties, but they tie and have ribbons hanging down. We know those kind of ties, right? They wear them a lot in the Western world. Dress shoes. It's a celebration. It's a wedding. It is after the ceremony. There's people there that I have not known a long time. The house is not in the city. You can go out and there are other big houses. They are down the road. There are men like they are like brothers. They're not dressed for the party. They are dressed in work clothes. They couldn't come to the wedding because they have work they had to do. Now they're back. They maybe had to milk the cows. It's normal they had to do this. We are just glad they're back now. And then he moved himself forward in his story. I'm older. The kids are all gone. My husband is there, but he's not well. He's going to die. He is almost unconscious. There's a few people there. The doctor is telling me he's not going to live much longer. We have been together most of our whole life, and I'm concerned I have to get word to the kids. They live in other places. I have to get word to them. We have to make arrangements for him. It won't be much longer. He's very old. He was older than me by 12 years or so. I don't have much time left either. About 5 years. I have died. It just ends. There is a time when there was other people in the house. Like when I'm really old, there's a lady. She is staff. She takes care of me. She is a housekeeper, but she has known me for a long, long time. She is my best friend. She is younger than me by quite a bit. I'm in my 70s and she's in her 50s. I know I'm going to die. We are doing the will, checking on it. I'm not afraid to die. In fact, it seems like a relief. I don't want to be alone anymore. I just see one day I'm really tired. I go to bed and don't wake up. It was peaceful. I didn't have to fight with an animal. And we always ask if there is a lesson about the life. And this is what he had to say about his lessons. They were all different lives, but the common thread is they all kind of knew it was a continuum that was all a part of this repeating experience. They all knew they had an awareness. There is more to existence than what we're doing right now. They all felt it. And we also ask about the purpose of the lives. And this is what he had to say about his purpose. They were all altruistic. They wanted to help others survive and achieve. The one guy, he just wanted them all to survive and eat. The other guy in the Middle Ages, he wanted people to be happy, but in a higher way, almost spiritual. They all wanted to help their fellow out, to help others. We all need to work together. If you see a person down, you give them a hand up or a push forward. They all had that attitude. And I always ask their subconscious about the messages from the different lives as well. And this is what his subconscious had to say. Those lifetimes, they create him. They are who he is. This next person was a woman, and this is what she has to say. I'm in a tree. I'm in Eden. Just everything is perfect. Everything is at my fingertips. Nature, trees. I'm by myself, but I'm okay with that. I hear birds around me. It's a jungle. It's very peaceful. I feel bored. I need something to adventure to. It's too perfect. I need to explore. Someone has to do it because there's stuff down there and I need to get out of my tree. But I don't think I can fly. I'm going across the swamp. I don't know where I'm going, but just exploring. and feeling squishy stuff under my feet. It's not scary. I'm just certain this is new territory, but I want to explore it. I get to the other side. There is land, but no trees. I'm walking, run into a mountain. It seems impassable, but it's not stopping me. I'm keeping going. Once I start walking, it doesn't seem as high as from down below. It seems like I get answers. I'm seeking, pushing myself to keep going, but I don't see other people like me. I just keep walking. I don't know what kind of body I'm in. I'm on a mountain. I just keep going. I think I'm hungry, so I keep moving. It seems like I'm on a walkabout. I keep moving. Now I'm on the other side of the mountain. I see some other people. I feel like they are my people. I feel like I'm going to be embraced by them and invited into their tribe. And she starts crying emotionally. There I am. I'm not one of them, but I'm going to be. I'm going to be walking with them on their journey too. It's a family now. I feel whole. I am sharing my knowledge with them, all about the tree and all that I learned when I was in that tree. That is helping them know how they can survive because that tree is important now to them. They are going to plant that kind of tree on this side of the mountain because that's going to help them survive. I must have had some kind of fruit from that tree. So now they know that they can eat that fruit. And now they know. They know because they are just like me, trying to survive in those elements. I'm sitting and singing with them. I don't know what songs are about because I never heard them before. Now I know. They are original songs, sound that are not notes, but clicking and noises that you can dance to. They are using various things to make sound with. They are very happy people. They are very giving and receiving people. They are very happy to receive what I have to give, and they are very wise. They know how to work with what's all around them to survive. So I am very happy to be in their group. It's every day we walk, get what we need, eat and drink, shelter. It's a very simple life. But it's what I wanted. I wanted to get out of the tree. I don't know if they look like me because I don't know what I look like. They don't have clothes on, but are very simply dressed. They just have a very simple outlook because it's a pretty harsh territory, not like the other side. It is hard to find water, but they are provided every day by the universe. They have stories that they tell about their ancestors, about how they survived. It's very comforting that they will always be taken care of. So it is. I kind of want to take them to the other side, but I don't feel like I should tell them about the other side. I am just with them. I don't need to go back there. I will just remember what it's like. Maybe we are going towards another Eden. That was Eden to me, where I came from. So they are on a different path. So I will not go back to where I came from. so I will just stay with them. We are journeying every day. We don't know where. Wherever we end up for the day, that's where we make the camp for that night. Always, everything is provided. It's not as harsh. I'm feeling loved and enjoying the camaraderie, sisterhood, and family. No lover. And then she moved forward. I see me telling a story, the history of our clan, to everyone to share the story of what we are about. I am the story keeper, and I am an elder. I'm old, but I feel a purpose because I carry the story forward. I have symbols that I tell the story with. There seems to be a story of the beginning. There is a story. I was not there at the beginning, but it is a story of the beginning. I pass the story on. My story is of the tree. I tell of the beauty, of the feeling, of everything that was gorgeous there. The birds, the greenness of the peacock. They were a masterpiece. And she gets very emotional. The creativeness, creating beauty was. The peacock was important. I was part of that project. I had a hand in creating that beautiful creature. It was through me that it came to be. It was to see and observe. That's why the peacock was created, was to see. And the peacock just happens to have eyes on it, doesn't it? And that's why I was in that tree, because there was nothing else to work on. There was nothing else to see in all this beauty. I was very alone. I had to feel beauty inside of me. And that is why I had to get out of that tree and move on. I had too much love. I needed another project. I was very overwhelmed by my skills. It was the most beautiful work that I had ever created. And to see it come through me, to see it in real life, to get it out of my head, the manifesting of it, it was pretty perfect. What came to be, for some reason, I don't feel I should get credit for it. When you thought of something, there it was. Once it was created, it was out there. It was out of your head. It was into the world, and you had to let it go. It was not mine anymore, and I had to let it go. I think it was hard, like a mother, to let her children go. It was in the brain, and it just came to life, like it came from someone else. The teal color was not something anyone else had seen before. It was. I don't know where it came from. I know all the other birds around me were created the same way. I don't feel like I meet anyone else there because I was all alone. But she created the color teal. That beautiful, beautiful color that's in the peacock. This is another client, a male client. He went to a planet. It was actually Earth. we found out later, with 2 adult turtles. He was their baby. They were curious about him. The sky was very blue. He was flopping around on the ground like a little kid. The sun was more brilliant. The atmosphere was very clear. This was a metaphor in order to facilitate the knowledge, to show him a reference. Tremendous love and patience. For a point of reference, protection with the shell. The love of 2 wonderful parents, that he is safe and protected on this wonderful planet where the atmosphere has not been poisoned by other critters. To see the immensity of creation from the smallest place, but yet to be able to see the entire of creation from just this very small viewpoint. They showed him that he began an incarnation after he developed in spirit into a consciousness that many other beings would develop their consciousness in a series of physical reincarnations. He developed that consciousness while remaining in spirit and without a body. But this is his first experience in a world that can be dangerous. He is safe. He is to experience based in love and in curiosity, to explore an experience of physical life with loving parents until he can get big and he doesn't have to worry about anything. He will be taught how to deal with the dangers of the world. But right now, in its time, to feel what it's like to be loved and really nice part of creation. This is my first experience of experiencing my concept of God in the limitations of the physical presence. He is marveling at the whole thing. How did you do that? He is a kid in a turtle body. His spirit is already pretty fully developed. The parents have great humor and they experience love. He is marveling, they are marveling at him in co-creating him. It was not a sexual process. We came into being. It is an energetic process, and they did it through their physical encoding. DNA is actually to sign what is the very basic part of nature. But what is he saying is not. It is the very basis of quantum physics and of this turtle family. They were created energetically, where the body of the baby was created out of light, and then the soul came in and was co-created by him also. The fundamental thing was hundreds of millions years ago. So he has been chopping around in green grass since before the dinosaurs. He loved it. He has forgotten how much fun it was just to be there, be in the world. He works hard at it now, and the weight of many experiences in the mental weight that he feels like he's carrying around a building on his back. He just wants to go back to that place of wonder and love and be thankful. The Creator Spirit for loving me for a lifetime. To go back to that stem point of being the little turtle and then build it back up from there. Even if I age, it can and needs to be done while I have time left in this lifetime. And then we moved him to another life. He's in medieval garb of a knight. Helmet is round, but flat on top. The clothes are pretty torn and very dirty. They stink. The vestments are pretty worn and not silver, not beaten up, but dirty and worn. The clothing underneath is not very colorful. I've worn them for weeks or months. I need to be clean. Was riding a horse, but now I'm not. The horse is pretty tired, too. We are going through a mountain range. Why am I wearing a helmet? Am I in danger? No, but I am wearing it to be cautious. I have left whatever my collective was, not in fear, but in knowledge. If I didn't get away, I would be killed. And I have work to do. I have a ministry to do. I knew they were going to kill me. So I rode and rode and walked and rode as far as I could. It has been a long time. That is why I smell so bad. I just haven't had a place to stop and rest. I have been living in fear. The horse has been amazing that he's still alive. It's 1300s England. He is getting away from the Nottingham sheriff type of scenario, where a local authority came in. Whoever had the power and the money, who sustained our order of knights, was taken out, and the whoever stepped in to take over. They started assassinating us one by one. I escaped. I don't know where to go. I just want to get away and be able to regroup. I am, of course, male. I am 29 years old, very thin. I'm starving. I was not like the bad guys that showed up, and I ran. They had been planning this for some time. My number was up, and I got out of there before they could kill me. I'm living off the land. I'm staying away from people. We moved him forward again. The horse stumbles over a large rock as I'm riding him and breaks a leg. I go down and I'm injured too. The horse is in agony. I put my arms around his neck and thank him for his help. I find a big rock and smash his head in. That is all I can do for him, and I cry. I knew my situation was hopeless. I am all alone. This is a suicide situation. If they find me, they will torture me, and it will be awful. So I decide to kill myself. The situation. It takes me a while to get up the courage to do it and figure out how. I lose the armor. Even though the weather is clammy and I'm acclimated to it, I know the situation is hopeless. I have decided the best course of action is suicide, but I don't know how. But I'm getting more tired every day, and I don't want them to find me. If they do, they don't know they are people. They think they are on God's side. Mountains with a lot of rocks. I'm on a narrow mountain trail, and it goes up around the mountain, and it is foggy. It's still daylight, but real gray. If I continue to go up, I'll know I will die from what we call hyperthermia. I decide it's time. Now it's time to stop being afraid of the inevitable. My last set of thoughts. I push myself to the side of the mountain and I spread out my arms. It feels like a bird flying, but it's actually just a human body falling. It goes into the dark. The left side of my head strikes the rock, And now it's over. I just saw myself flying up out of that like a bird. But as a being of light, I'm soaring up through the darkness. Fog of the mountain pass. I shoot up like a rocket. Up, going up. When I blasted my body, when it was released from the physical, it was like I was the Birdman of England, flying out of there at supersonic speed. The light was in me, and I just soared out. This is the usual way for a human being, and the only way for a human being is if a human being is an evolved spirit. When I struck and the body died, the spark of life that is within us, that we bring into the lifetime, reunited with the entirety of my soul on the other side. In that moment, the entirety of who I am all came together in zero time and broke free of all of the bonds of the physical. I could have physically been seen by my pursuers, but I don't see that they did. But they would have seen a luminescent bird-like shape with my arms out to the side. If there were eyeballs looking at me, they would have seen me flying up and not known what they were looking at. I soar out of there. He saw an observed person. I float over the landscape. It is very gray. I see a posse, and they were. I see the whole thing as a child's game. All of a sudden, my wisdom has reconnected with my human consciousness, and this whole thing is just children playing a child's game. As children, you go on and evolve. These children are still involved and are doing the child's game. They have to learn. You can knock your brother and steal his candy, and or you can get along with your brother and learn how to make candy together. You need to get along, but they are knocking each other in the head over every little scrap. I just see it for what it is. They were after me, and that got them all excited. I just see the evolution of life. What was I here to do? Because I was afraid at the end. It was in part to help them have a bigger game, to give them more, to give them more stakes. If they would do more and play more, that was my purpose in that life, to energize their experiences. Now I get to fly off into the next, whatever that is. England is boring and dull. I'm not going to stay here. Those are just a few examples of some of the experiences of my clients. Dolores Cannon says most of the lives that people experience are just normal, ordinary experiences. Digging potatoes, she calls it. But ever so often, something really different happens in a past life. I never know what's going to happen, where my clients are going to go, what stories they're going to tell me. But they are always interesting. I love doing what I do. Anybody have any questions or? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, I normally, I did this on purpose in a story form. I kept the words as close to the original words as I possibly could, but I'm usually there prompting the person, tell me more. That's my favorite subject or my favorite phrase. Tell me more, tell me more. Go deeper, go into the story more. And I would love to do a session for you. I think it's very interesting. It's very healing because every life has a meaning and a purpose. And every life that we experience under hypnosis is what we're supposed to experience. It brings a message to you. And that part is very important, I feel, to have that message. What does your soul want you to know about yourself, about your past, about, and sometimes the future? Yes.
In all this spiritual thing that I do, this is the only thing I've never, or maybe more, I've never done this before.
Okay.
So I would like to hang out so that I can actually experience that.
Yes.
What I'm hearing from you here is, I don't know, but you said it's the experiences that they have and they put it in the story form, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah, I would love to really come and say so that I can feel this too. I know.
Yes.
I don't know about you.
Well, we'll find out. Most of us have been here for many, many years, many different lifetimes. There are a few people who have come here more recently. Some of the younger souls, the younger people, have just recently come onto the earth and they're here for a reason. But most of us who are older, we've been here for many different lifetimes. And I take you back through some of those lifetimes. And they always have a purpose for telling you about that lifetime. And it's interesting. And I would love to do a session with you. I will be, I do have the special pricing right now for this time for February, January and February. And so make sure you sign up. Yes. A familiar theme, yes, there is some. We all, it seems, go back to kind of where we first started. Very younger soul. And we get to see how your soul has evolved over some of the lifetimes. And sometimes people will experience multiple lifetimes, and sometimes there will only be like one or two lifetimes. But whatever you experience, it's what your soul really wants you to know. And that's of what people need to do the session, the QHHT session, is to connect with their higher self. And your higher self is so excited to get to talk to you. They always will say, oh, I've been wanting to talk with her for a long time. I'm so glad she's finally listening to me. And I always record your session so that you can go back and read it, listen to it again and again, and get more in-depth experience from it. Any other questions? Okay. And I guess my time is just about up. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Yes.
And this worked.
Yes, it did. Thank you. Oh. Yes. Okay, so I need. You're welcome. Yes, I don't have a table today. I don't. I have my notes here somewhere. Hi. So how did? Oh. My prompt in there, and then it's supposed to be. And when you would say, so because I haven't listened to it for a while, but no, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. I know it. I'm gonna go get one. Yes. I'm gonna go get. I just my mom's. Your business takes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you.
This
No.
is the most. This is store?
The restaurant, Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
It's a restaurant?
And this.
Food chain.
Yes, it's.
That's how much you want?
And it's from Turkey, and it's metal.
God.
At first, I was so, you know, and I told the lady, I said, be careful, be careful.
Cracker Barrel.
Yes.
Okay. So
Go into the restaurant, there's a store, and they have all kinds of stuff. You'll be in there just looking at
did you order
clothes.
yours or you went to the
No, I
restaurant?
went to the restaurant. We were there the other night, and
Okay.
I saw it, and I'm like, oh,
Well, I know you will love things like this.
That's going to go perfect with my talk.
I know.
And, you know, and
that too. Yeah, I saw that.
I made this. And so I was like, okay. And then I bought these from the guys.
Oh, you bought those from the guys too.
Yeah.
I wanted to take a picture. Don't leave me late. I need
Okay.
my glass.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so beautiful.
It is so
And
beautiful.
I was like, oh man, I have to have one of those. Oh, there's my table. My other stuff. You're welcome. That worked.
Yeah, look at that.
Isn't
It's
that
so
beautiful?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So
Mike, it's your turn now. Whose turn? Whose turn?
set up appointments. I'm going to put my thing over there on the table. Yes.
And three times now in conversations. So you know how we tell if you don't come to you whenever. He came to me last time trying to get me. Here's a great format for the book. Actually, because I said, wait a minute, she's gonna feel like I'm trying to push her into doing this book. Okay, and I was like, okay, I'll talk to her, but you're not like.
Yeah. Adjourn
So,
over to.
anyway, I've got a transcript for you of this as the session, the last men's group session, where we had the history. Well, it's what I used to do professionally. So, yeah, I'm a writer. Anyway, I'll have more for you. But she had channeled an Arcturian and I transcribed that for her. That was like a Christmas present. Did you ever read that?
Yes, I did. And then when I read it, I knew it was not even coming back. I was like, when did this happen? When did you talk about that?
That was the one that.
They had to change my energy.
Exactly.
My body started
details of
shaking.
that.
Wow, just too much.
Yes.
It was so high
The
intense.
download was overloaded.
Yeah, and my whole body was like, you know, how you get the shivers, you're so cold. I remember thinking, because I'm still there,
Okay.
I'm not totally down. Right, and I can go like, notice things, you know, and I'm like, I remember thinking, wow, I thought it was gonna come out. It was so, oh, yeah.
But it was a gentle message. There wasn't anything dramatic.
Well,
It was
I
really useful.
want to fill up my last thoughts. Oh, and
To reveal this other dimension of intelligence. This
I'm
represents
speaking next, and I want
time.
feng
Oh, we're
shui.
gonna stick around for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Listen to her talk. He's almost like the first person that, you know, is like.
Well, I gotta get to
You said sometime.
Did you want to schedule an appointment with me?
Yeah, you said that. today.
Right now.
Huh? No? Okay.
Thank you.
I think
You're
it's,
welcome.
To let everybody know that there's a whole
Just
lot
for a
more.
moment.
He wants to make sure everybody is aware that there's some possibility. There are a lot of things.
Oh.
Say it, I wish somebody would ask what the masters are.
No need to. You usually kind of go off and tell.
Okay.
You didn't do it today, but you told everybody how much I need to use it. But my channel is very fond of you. Yeah. You know, they're recording this thing.
Yeah, I wanna go back and I wanna see Laurel's.
Oh, by the way, if you guys want me to, I'd like you to record your stuff. You want to say? What I do is. So here's what I want to do. When this happens, I need something.
Catherine, when are you starting?
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
So, anytime in our, one of our.
I don't want to take your preparation time. We were just, we had a question about the feng shui in our house.
Yes.
We have, our house is the front door on the side of the house and then the back patio.
Uh-huh.
And the straight shot from the front door to the back patio. And there's, people have told her that that whatever good energy can straight out.
Yes.
And she had an idea, and we've done it. Put a mirror above, even though it looks out of place. A mirror above the patio door to try to like reflect back in. Does that make sense to you?
No, that's really good.
Should I put more?
Well, you can, if you put a mirror to the side of the door as well, because the energy that's coming will then go this way. You can put one there too. It'll reflect it back this way.
So which side of the wall?
So if you have, say this is your back door. Or something like that. Yeah, that's what I did.
You can do that too, but I would first put one here because you're just pushing. Yeah, I could talk about this all day. I mean, doors and every house is set up different and there's cures for everything. I mean, feng shui is very strict, but black cat, what I practice, is a little more flexible and there's always a cure.
Okay.
It's less rigid.
Yeah, and that's
You're doing a great job, and even if you, I don't know if there's anything like any, just to deflect, just to kind of slow down that energy. Even in the hallway, if you have, there's nothing in the hallway because it's all windows.
no.
Correct. It's not a hallway. It's just at the edge of the house. It's a
The window is like
But it's the front door and then it goes to the back door.
right.
So what, you've got
that's
windows on
that's
this
just
side?
a
Yeah,
wall with two
window.
windows.
Okay, well, also if you put a mirror on that wall, even if you put a big functional mirror.
Which one? On
Where the entertainment center. It would
the
what she's talking
entertainment.
about. We would actually be behind the TV or above the TV. So
Okay.
we've got that fake plant up there. Some of those other mirrors.
And make sure the fake plant is always clean.
I just cleaned it.
Okay, good, important. It doesn't matter if it's, I mean, real or, if it's real, you have to make sure that it's a good house. And if it's silk, not real, you just have to make sure it's clean.
for a little while.
And it really works.
But we're done now.
So your intuition's working.
Yeah, that's good. Little mirrors on Amazon, like you guys have a beautiful.
You too.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And I guess that you're going to be participating with Michael in that meeting.
Well, I am scheduled to be out of town, but it's kind of iffy now.
Maybe.
So there may be a chance I'll be there on the 29th. I
Okay.
hope, whatever's meant will be. I'm
Yep.
looking forward to it for sure.
Okay.
All right, you two.
Take care.
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you, Michael.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Nice seeing you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Stay well.
Oh, thank you.
Don't feel like you need to stay to listen to me. If, I mean, are you interested in this?
Right here. Okay, see you later.
Absolutely.
And, Stop flying over here.
Really?
Yeah, and there's flowers on that table out there too with my signs.
I didn't even see him.
You want more than one or you don't? Okay.
Well, we'll have to talk about it.
How his house looks and
And how it feels.
Mhm.
How it feels.
You all right?
So when you walk in the door, you should be able to get the vibe.
Right, right, absolutely. Well, you know,
Wow. Oh, yeah.
yes,
I didn't realize it was that.
there's a lot, yes. So I am certified for so it's a little bit more.
Yeah, I have a list here. Next is Catherine, and then Joan of Angels, and then Blue June, and that's it. Oh, those are the next people
So
coming
do
up.
you have any questions or
Do something like that. I'm gonna
because
make
I
you
don't know
get
how many people are gonna be here.
I know too.
You're doing great here. I mean, you've got business
It's just
and
interesting.
people coming in. I'm thrilled for that.
Yeah.
It's only 1 a week. I go, that's more than you had before. Right? One is better than none. Because for a long time, there was nobody, and now all of a sudden, they're all coming, and I'm like, yay.
I wouldn't say they're all coming. Some are coming.
They're coming, that's awesome. That's it. We get limit
Well,
ourselves.
if they come right to you,
Right?
then they're powerful.
Thank you.
And I have a little
Everything about
angelic feel to it as well. So not only the energy that moves through the house, but it also attracts the divine energy.
Mhm.
So it kind of comes together. And I don't know what the ancient Chinese people would feel about that because, you know, they're very, but that is my little
Yeah.
my take on it.
I love the angels.
Yes. What time do you start?
I think like right now.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think it's going to be to you guys. So I don't need a table. It's too formal.
Debbie's being a good age. You're almost done your milk.
Oh, I have a bunch at home.
I have that whipped cream here too, if you want
Oh, haha.
cream or
Yeah,
something.
that's- My favorite is real whipped cream that we buy because there's no sugar in it.
Oh,
This
yes.
doesn't have any sugar either.
That's right.
So this is
Yeah.
one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Real stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I buy Fairlife milk because it has 50% less. But I have to have ultra pasteurized because Bob is lactose intolerant. So we can't go.
Yeah, I love the real.
Yeah,
Real
we can't
stuff.
do that.
Right.
We'll
Well,
buy
I'm
it.
grateful
Farmers-
for the organic. Thank you so much.
Yes,
May I
right.
help myself?
Please, yeah.
Oh, there's some in
I
the
think one of
fridge
them is
too.
right.
Oh, that was, yeah, perfect.
I like room temperature.
There's someone that told me to bring my
You're good.
pension.
And then I didn't
Why?
I don't know, maybe you'll find out. It replaces food.
I'm supposed to.
I mean, that's not good.
Yeah.
But I don't drink.
Yeah.
Maybe it's hot, but even then.
Yeah.
I'm getting hungry too,
It's
so
cold enough
gotta
to
bail
see.
out.
It is, it's cold,
Yes,
yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Come on.
Okay, do you guys want to come closer so it's a little bit more
Yeah.
intimate?
We gotta put together a sandwich, I'm starving.
Okay, yeah, please. I'm waiting on you guys because
Okay.
yeah,
While we're
then I'll
doing
talk
that,
about my little. Yeah, and have you seen a Bhagwan map?
no.
This is all the different areas of the house.
Oh, okay, no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Oh, this is good. So you have an understanding, so I can like broaden that understanding a little bit, which is exciting.
Yes, but before you do that, here, sit down.
Okay.
Oh, that's your hand.
I got you a salad.
Okay, wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I was originally ordering salad, and
right.
I booked it all, and somehow I ended up with the salad. Thank you. Oh, they even gave you 1 fork. There's only 1 fork. No, this is one. All right, I'll go sit down. Thank you, thank you.
was it?
I don't know if that's normal or not.
Yeah,
What time do you speak?
It is wild.
Okay.
giving you a good boost here for your talk.
Thank you. Oh, how thoughtful. Oh, wow.
Pretty powerful.
Can I tell you that's
Good.
wow. Thank you. That was so nice of you.
Something told me to bring this to your talk.
Oh, that's
before I
so
came, about 10
nice.
o'clock.
I've never seen anything quite like that. That's really beautiful. Wow. Very nice.
Okay, gotta see it.
I know you're all comfortable, but would you like to come closer so we're just more intimate, or are you just gonna be staying for the feng shui?
I didn't know that's what was going on. I was just
Yeah,
saying.
that's it. Oh, okay. Well, you just rest and stay there then.
I might be, when you start.
Any minute, as soon as everyone is ready to go, if you're interested in feng shui, if not, you just stay back here and relax. Are you familiar with feng shui? Of course. Fantastic.
I've been around this world for a long time. I'm definitely not a spiritual leader. I've been at this world since the 1980s.
Well, feng shui is new to me officially a few years ago. But, you know, working with energy, and I always kind of intuitively did it. And I thought it was really
Oh, there's all kinds of
so it was
Yes,
interesting
yes.
because I came more from like
Peppers,
the
there's-
angelic side, and then to learn feng shui, it's very like different than.
Where's my phone?
Did they put it in there?
I think it's mixed in.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just I try to incorporate both of them together. So the spiritual with the feng shui. So
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I just kind of always have.
well, it's very wow, that's very black and white.
Because feng shui is very science-based.
Yes,
Very Eastern science.
very much so. Very much so.
To the degree
Oh, it's warmer in here. That's nice.
where I used to live, I lived in Redondo. I just sold my house. Where the people on the hill were like, they would not buy a house unless it was appropriate for feng shui.
Right. And
I mean,
you
they
know,
were
there's-
like,
yes, and there's different
almost-
schools of feng shui, and some are extremely
ghost?
rigid, and there's no there's no cure, there's no way to work around it. It just is very black and white. And I practice black hat, which is much more flexible as far as there's cures.
right.
There's because we
Put
have
things
to.
places and
Exactly. But it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, if the house is not in the right direction, but I do believe, like water in the back, there's just certain
that
areas.
changes every 20 years, right?
Yes, and it's changing. It's just getting ready to change again into a cycle of 9.
So, in Palos Verdes, which is near where I live.
Yes, beautiful. Yes.
So it's primarily Asian
Uh-huh.
because they like the side of the hill that gets the sun and well,
Yes, and that
but I
water.
think then they sell a house every 20 years because the energy
The stars, because it's the flying stars change. Yes, yes.
Which is interesting because it's not, if they're selling this year, they would have missed top of market.
Right. Well, it's a good year. Number 9 is a good year, cycle 9. But yeah. Okay, so I'm going to start talking about feng shui.
Yes.
I think this is everyone that's going to be
I'm
here.
gonna sit back here where I don't make too much noise with my.
No worries. You just enjoy. Everyone enjoy.
Crackers and stuff here.
Well, feng shui. Well, I'm Catherine Simic. I'm the founder of Peace and Radiance. I am a practitioner of Black Hat Feng Shui. And I'm excited to be here. So thank you. Thank you for being here and listening to me. But feng shui is an ancient practice that focuses on arranging and placement of one's surrounding to harmonize with the energy, the flow of energy, which is qi. And they use the principles of placement, organization, and strategically use
use the elements to harmonize the surrounding, to enhance well-being, and it can affect relationships, wealth, and health. And it is widely practiced still worldwide, the traditions to really enhance the energy in one's home, to just improve every aspect of their life. So in feng shui, well, in the Chinese culture, they believe that our life is divided into 3 different areas. We have our Chinese chart, which is the Batsi chart. We have free will, and then we have the energy that flows through our house. That is what dictates our life. So the home, as you can tell, is 1/3 of how our life is going to go. So it's really important to make sure that the energy is flowing harmoniously through your house, because it really does affect all the aspects of your life. And the home is broken up into 9 different quadrants. And each quadrant represents a different area of life. And I will go through all those areas of life. And each quadrant is represented by an element. And that element needs to be supported. So, for example, wood represents wealth, and we need to make sure that the element of wood is in there, and it's also supported by water. And wood is the shape of a rectangle. It is green, and we need the water, which is blue, dark blue, or black. So, for example, the order of importance that it goes in is the shape, the color, and the element itself. So when we're working in a space, it's just important to hit all of those. And going through the house, okay, so people will come to me and say, what is feng shui? And I will explain that it means wind and water, and it's about balancing the energy of the home, because it affects every aspect of life. And I will ask them, okay, let's talk about your life. Let's talk about what's going on. Are there any areas of your life that you'd like to improve? And initially they're always like, oh, no, everything's pretty good. And then I'm like, okay, if there's any areas that you could see improvement. And they're like, well, yeah, this could help, that could help. So I'm like, okay, let's go through the house. And it's very interesting, because when you go through the house, you can feel where the energy is getting stuck. And I'll ask them, well, how is this going? I'll ask a specific question about their life. And they'll be like, oh, how did you, that's not working so well. And so I explain, okay, do you see the flow of this energy? And it's really important to keep in mind, Black Hat, when you walk into, the front door is considered north. So everything is from the front door. Directly south of the front door, in the middle, that's the fame area. That is fame and respect. So that is fire element. So red and triangles is what we want to put there. Red, orange, purples, anything that is representative of fire. We want to make sure that we support that area. So we go through the house, and really it's some of the major points is that we need to declutter. Many of us have too much stuff, and the energy cannot go through. The front door is the mouth of the house. So we start with the door and make sure that from the outside, you can see the front door. If there's like a big tree in the front, or you can't get to the front door, you can't see the front door from the street, then there's cures that we need to do, because that means that the energy is now getting to the front door, and we need that energy to make it into that house. So the front door represents our career, and it really represents our whole life. So we want to make sure that if it's blocked, then there's cures. You can put chimes. There's things that we can do, but we want to make sure the energy knows how to find the front door. And lots of times, planters with red. Red is really good. Important to note, though, we don't want clutter around the front door. We want a nice path. We want it clean, and we just want to make it so the energy knows how to flow to that front door. So important. The front door is a water element, which is blue, a deep blue or black. And that's why you'll find water fountains in the front of the door, which is fantastic. That really encourages wealth, career. It invites that energy in. So that is really fantastic. Once you walk into the house, it's important that we, like I said, declutter. And I even mean drawers, because it's interesting how when you walk into someone's kitchen, you look at the drawers, if they're messy, you know that part of their life is not as clean and it's cluttered. And it's very interesting. So, for example, I had a client 2 weeks ago walk into her house, and to the left is her kitchen. And that is the spirituality and religion corner. So and knowledge. So I walk in, and she was just showing me the house, and she was kind of opening up some drawers, and I'm like, oh my, well, okay, this is, is this your junk drawer? She's like, oh, I have a few. And I said, all right, well, how are you feeling about your decision making? Do you have clarity, on what you want for yourself? And she's like, well, no, I'm really confused right now. I'm not sure which direction I want my life to go into. And it was very interesting because that corner of the house completely affects that part of her life. So I suggested you've got to clean this stuff out to get some clarity. So she's like, okay. So we go through each quadrant of the house, and I have a little, you can't see here, it's small, but there are 9 different quadrants, and the front door is considered north. Okay, so that's the career, and it's your path of life. So red is also a really good color to put around the front door. Red attracts energy. Now, red is fire, so we want to make sure we don't have too much, because too much fire is going to burn the water, and we don't want to do that. We want to have a little bit of red to attract the energy to the front of the house. Now, once you walk into your house, to your immediate left is your knowledge and spirituality corner. Then from there, it goes to family and ancestors and support, and then wealth, and then it's fame and career, and then it's relationships, and then it's joy and children, and then it's support and travel. So it's really, really important to make sure that each quadrant is supported by color, by shape, and by placement of the furniture, and symbols is how we create the energy to flow through it. Now, there are some cures that we can use in every room. Like, for example, in the kitchen, it's really important that we are aware that the water, the drains, the water is energy, and it represents our career path, which is our money. So the bathrooms and the kitchens are really important to make sure that we put either green, like a green paper underneath the sink, because that soaks up the water, so the water does not leave us and the money does not leave us. And also, if the stove is directly across from the sink, then the stove is burning all of our money. So there are cures for that as well. You put like a crystal in between. There's several cures that you can do. And again, it's just really important to declutter and get rid of what no longer serves you. And we don't want any leaks. Leaks is your money's just draining out of your control. Anything that is broken needs to be repaired. It's not good to have a clock that's not working if the battery's out or if it's not working or anything, especially around the front door. If something needs to be repaired, if the front door is not working properly, it is crucial to get it repaired. And regarding the front door, lots of people don't use their front door. They go in and out of their garage or they use their side door. And it is important that the door opens, okay? Because that's when we allow the energy to flow into the house. So if you don't use that front door, it's important to leave it open for a minimum of 9 minutes every day. 9 is that special number. And if you can leave it open, that's all you need to do. If you have a fence, like a gate in front of your front door, lots of people have that. Important to do the same thing with that. And then we have other cures. We can put chimes. There's things that we can do to invite the energy to the front door because that gate stops that energy. So there's things that we can do. But that front door is like the most important. And at that front door is where you could put your dreams and wishes for the new year to come. You can put it in a red envelope on top of the door, or if what I encourage people to do, if they can't have a water feature by their front door, is to have a picture of water by their front door, because that's just the constant flow of energy and money coming to them. So that's a good one. Moving to, yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
How far away does the water need to be? Can it be like at a distance on the front porch, but
yes,
away from the front door?
Yes, that's a good question. Okay, so the house itself is divided in 9 equal parts.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of look at your lot or your space, and the outdoors is included as well.
Okay.
So, but we just want to make sure that we put it in the right spot, because water in the Fame area is not good, because water will
wash it away.
Yeah, will put out the fire, and we don't want to do that. So I'm just going to kind of go through each area and just give you some suggestions and some helpful tips. And if you have any questions as I'm going along, please feel free to ask. So for knowledge and spirituality, it's earth. So the colors are earth tones and yellow, okay? And for the spirituality and knowledge corner, that is a great place to put an elephant. Elephant's good to retain and learn. That's a great place to put any of your saints, any of your Buddhas, anything that is spiritual to you. Ganesh is really powerful in that area for sure. We want to, yellows is good. Now, okay, if that's your kitchen, which it was, and there's fire in there, that's not good for the earth. There's cures that we can do. So it's just important that we do put some of those cures in, because it can really work against us if we don't. So now we move to support, ancestors and support, and that is a yin wood. So yin wood, you think of just like grass, little grass, versus a big tree that has roots. So that portion is supported by the color green. The shape is a triangle, and it needs water to support it, okay? And that's a great place to put pictures of your family, of ancestors. And it really supports the energy of the house to put the pictures there. Really a fantastic spot. As we move down, okay, so this is the front door. This is the knowledge. This is the ancestors, the family. Now we're moving to the corner of the house, and that is the wealth and luck corner. Now that is going to be a yang wood, which is like a tree, really deep, deep roots. So we just want to make sure that we have green there, that we have triangles there, that we have blue or black to support the wood, which is the water. It's also helpful to have a tree in the corner, a bamboo tree ideally, and it could be real or fake. If it's fake, it needs to be cleaned. Make sure there's no dust on it. If it's real, just make sure it's alive. We don't want any, dead plants in the wealth corner.
Mm-hmm.
And it moving up is just symbolic of our wealth moving up. So that's really important. We don't want too much red in that area because that's the fire. We just don't want too much. It's going to burn everything away. A little bit of fire is good because we don't have a lot of fire right now with the year of the rabbit. We don't have any fire. So a little fire is good. Going into the fame area, which is the back. Now, it's very interesting because many people that have pools, they'll have it like right in the center. And that is the worst placement for a pool. It's better on one side or the other. So if you have a pool that's right here, it's important to add fire to it, like flames or anything red. Just really important because that water is just washing away all your respect for neighbors, all your career success. So it's really important. Next to the fire corner. Fame and respect, this is interesting. So those of you who are writing a book and you want success in your book, print off a picture of an author that you respect and you would love to emulate their success, whatever it is for you. Put a picture of them. Behind them, write what it is that you want for yourself from this book. And then you put it in that fame area, you put it up, you hang it, you put it in a nice frame and you hang it up. And that will really attract great energy for your book. And this is a great place to put all your diplomas or any kind of certifications because it's just really feeding that energy. Any kind of triangles, any kind of pictures that look like fire or resemble, gives you that feeling. It's just really, really powerful. Because if you find it at work, you're not getting the respect that you should, or your neighbors and friends, there's just a lack of respect. The fame area is the first place to go. And it's interesting. It really, really works. It's pretty, it's interesting. So next to the fame corner is relationships. And this isn't relationships like my friend. It's intimate relationships. So this is the place that if you're looking for a relationship, that you want to put pairs of things. So whether it's a pair of the Mandarin lovebirds that are completely feng shui, that's a great place to put it. 2 little hearts, any kind of artwork with 2 hearts or a couple dancing. But make sure that the couple resembles what you want. I mean, if you are a woman looking for a woman, then make sure it's 2 women dancing because it's literal. If you're looking for a man and you're a woman, make sure it's a man and woman. That is the place. That's a very private area. So it's strictly about intimate relationships for there. And you can even, in a little red envelope, write your wish, what you're looking for in your partner. And you put in a little red envelope and you put it in that corner. You say a little prayer to activate it, and it's good to go. In the bedroom, depending on where it's at here, there's some rules for the bedroom regardless. Mirrors are not necessarily a good thing in the bedroom because mirrors really attract a lot of energy. A couple reasons. Generally, it doesn't allow you to sleep so well because there's just extra energy in the room. And also, if you are a couple, it could bring in an extra energy into the relationship, another person. So that's it really can create infidelity. So if you have a mirror in your bedroom, it's best to cover it at night if you can't remove it. Also, too much purple colors, lavender is not that is something that you want to put in a teenager's room because it really kind of waters out any kind of intimate activity that goes on. So you don't want it in your bedroom, but maybe for your teenage daughter or sons, whatever, that's a helpful energy for their room. As far as pictures in the bedroom, you strictly want pictures of yourself and your partner. You don't want the kids in there. You don't want family. You don't want mom and dad in there. You don't want the pets, because that is just bringing all of them in between your relationship. So there's other places for those pictures that are beneficial, but not the bedroom. And the bedroom, it's important to have, if you're looking for a partner, to have 2 nightstands, because you want to make it comfortable for 2 people. If you have a chair, preferably a chair that seats 2 or 2 chairs, or a bench that's big enough for 2 people. Also, in your bathroom and your closet, it's important, if you're looking for a partner, to leave room available for someone in your life. Now, I had a client who, she said, Kathy, I have been with this guy for years, and we're just kind of in the same place. We're kind of stuck. It's not moving forward and that. So I'm like, okay, let's go check out your bathroom and your closet. She's like, okay. She's looking at me like, okay. So we go in there, and it was stuffed, and her closet was stuffed. I'm like, you are not making room in your life for a partner. She's like, what do you mean? And I explained, you need to at least get a third of your closet cleared for someone to join you. She's like, oh my gosh. So she did it. She did it. And in the bathroom, and there was movement in her relationship. Like 3 weeks later, she's like, I don't know, this is a coincidence, but we're talking about the next step. And I'm like, so, and the bedroom, some more things. Plants in the bedroom are generally a no-no because they have such incredible energy, and they kind of take on an energy of another person. So if you're in a partnership, you just don't want another energy coming into your relationship. Pictures of you and your partner, and if you don't have a partner, then put a frame. If you're looking for a partner, take a picture frame and draw a heart in it, and write, me and my partner, true love, whatever it is. But that's definitely an activation for the energy in the bedroom. TVs aren't great in the bedroom because, again, that is like extra energy in your relationship. So if you turn it off, it's fine at night.
What about altar? Having altar in the bedroom.
Having water.
Setting an altar.
Oh, an altar. Generally, the bedroom is not the place you want to do that.
Oh.
Yeah, because that just brings in all this other energy into your private space, and you really don't even want to do work in your bedroom because that just brings that energy into your private relationship. So it's best to do it, in the office, because that energy really does come between you and your potential partner or your partner. It's just very interesting. Pictures in your bedroom and your bathroom, be careful. If like before I studied feng shui, I had some really beautiful pictures of abstract, 2 women. They were separate. They were really pretty. And I found out quickly that what that did was attract another woman for me. And I was looking for a gentleman. So I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so interesting. So just have to be really careful of what you put on your walls in your bedroom. 2 lovebirds, 2 hearts is really positive. Okay, not just 1 heart, 1 pretty heart, or 10 hearts. You don't want 10. That's too many people in your bedroom. You want 2. And as far as your bed goes, it's really important to have a strong backboard because that is your support in life. So really, really important. The 2 nightstands are important. It's best not to have anything under our bed because that just clutters our life. You know, you want it clean under there. Also, bed placement is really important. You want to be able to see the door, but you don't want to be right in front of the door because that's considered not good placement. But sometimes we don't have a choice. Do you have a question or a comment? You're laughing.
I'm laughing because when you're talking about this, it means a huge house. I have a 3-bedroom house and 3 sons, but not all of them are here.
Right.
But I do have stuff.
Right.
In fact, yesterday when I left this place, I wanted to go to my closet and hang up the jacket that I had. I could not open the door. So the closet that I had, the hanger that I had that jacket has fallen and blocked the door.
Right.
So I'm like, when I get out from here, that's what I'm gonna do. And I may not even, and I do have stuff. And maybe that's why I'm not clear. Clarity is my thing, and I've been talking about it. It's so.
It really makes a difference. That just clutters our life. It's just so symbolic of how we're feeling inside. And depending on what area of the house is going to affect whatever area of our life. I mean, it's really interesting. It's just so, energy is so real, as we know, our thoughts create, and it's just as important the energy that's created in our living space. Yes.
Do you teach classes in this?
I do. I do have workshops. I do. I have one that's coming up and it is sold out, but I will get I'll let you know the next time I have one. Absolutely. And I also introduce the angelic realm to it because along with the physical things, having good energy flow around it, I want the divine aspect as well.
How much do you charge for a walkthrough or,
Well, it just depends what I'm actually doing, So, I mean, I can talk to you about that and, today there's specials and stuff like that since you guys are all here today. But, it's really powerful. It's really powerful. If you have a block in a certain area of your life, oh my gosh, there's a cure. There's so many incredible cures that we can do. And it's really interesting. Part of the tradition, I don't know where it went. It's the 3 envelope tradition. And when I take my payment of service, the money goes into those 3 envelopes because it really respects and honors the tradition of feng shui. It honors the practitioner that is releasing that information, and it just honors the good luck for the person receiving it and also for the person that's giving it. And when I receive my envelopes, I put them under my bed for 3 nights. And what that does is it just continues the goodness and activates the house that I just went into. And it allows them to have more money coming to them. And it just allows goodness for my end as well. So there's a lot of interesting traditions that feng shui has. And a lot of them, we have to kind of do cures because we just need to make them more current. But it's really, feng shui is really beautiful, and it really works. It really works. I mean, I've had people call my clients and say, Kathy, all of a sudden, my husband's not feeling well, and I don't understand. And also with my consultation, I do a house blessing because we have to activate every area of the life of the house. So I do a house blessing, and I also walk the perimeter of the house because what is on the outside of our house also makes a difference. And if we have clutter, we have just stuff, it's going to affect that area of life. And there's certain plants that are not helpful in certain areas. Like we don't want to put our bed behind a window because that's just not safe. There's cures that we can do if we have to. Cactus is generally not something that we should have inside the house because it's just bad. It's char. It's bad energy, is what it's called. That's great to put around a window, the outside of a window, because that's protection. So that's great. So there's just placements of certain plants that are helpful and not so helpful. Yes.
What about health? I missed that part.
Yes, the health and ancestors. And the health also is in the center of the house, and that is supported by all the other areas. So every other area has to be balanced in order for that health to also be good. Yes,
You mentioned something about it's not good to work in your bedroom.
it's not good to work in your bedroom.
So, you know, because I do a lot of classes online, a lot of Zoom
Yes,
stuff,
yes.
and readings,
Yes.
practice readings, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And I do it in my bedroom because it's privacy.
Don't you want a relationship in your bedroom?
I do, but
Not with the computer.
Well, you know, it's interesting because of COVID, lots of people had to work from the house. And so they had to put a desk in their bedroom. And that just messed up their private life. So there are cures that we can do. But ideally, you do not want to work in your bedroom because that energy is just getting in the way of you and a partner you have already or a potential partner that you want. You're just pushing them away.
So take that computer and just do the.
If there's
do it
another.
in the other.
Yeah. And as far as like the office goes, it's really important, and sometimes it's just not possible to have the office, the desk, wherever you're at, that you can see the front door or the door of the bedroom or the door of the office room. It's really important. You don't want to put your back to it.
You don't want to put your back
to the door. Yeah. And also there are qua numbers, which everyone has a qua number based on their birth date. And that simply tells you what directions are more positive for you and more, less positive. Then there's the 9-star key, which talks about your personality. And you get a number, and that number correlates with a certain element and where it's located. And you can kind of see where you're heading for the year, which is interesting. And also I do the Batsi chart, and that is your astrology chart, and that shows all your elements. And it's really important that we're balanced within our elements. And if we're not, then I can help balance you with either clothes, colors that you wear, or fixing that area of the house, making sure if you are weak on metal, then we got to make sure that area of your house is really, really super strong. So it's kind of, we look at the charts and we look at the flow of the energy. And then that third portion truly is your free will. So I hope I made sense because there's so much, and there's so many cures, and there's so much. And so if anyone has any questions or needs any clarification.
I would like to talk about, because I have someone that does not even know where things are supposed to be. I mean, even the dining table, everything is there. But she has a lot of money. So how come those things not blocking money? But she worked too hard too.
Well, and her chart can be really strong in money, but having all that stuff on the dining room table is just going to prevent, that can get in the way of friends, and because that represents, that's just cluttering that area of life. So that's not.
Nobody goes to her house. She doesn't invite people to her house. Yeah, because.
Is she okay with that? I mean, maybe she doesn't want the balance in her life.
Well, she doesn't know any difference. Mm-hmm. She's my sister. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But for me, I'm cluttered too, but I'm a little bit cleaner in the family. But I'm listening to you today. That means that I have to go home. I don't know what to do. Because, it's true. I'm from Nigeria. There's certain clothes. If you come to my bedroom, that how many suitcases are there that when I travel, I just came back just about 5 months ago, and I had to go with 4 suitcases, and those are in my bedroom because my garage is filled up with stuff that I run assisted living. The Department of Health wants me to keep those things for 5 years before I dispose them. So, what kind of a house do people live to do what you're saying? It has to be 7 bedrooms?
No, no. I mean, I live in a very small condo and I've just really cleared. And I was in a family home and then I moved into a condo myself. And it was really about clearing and just releasing and not just having.
You're going to throw a lot of stuff.
Well, I gave it away or I sold it or, but it was just, just releasing that. It declutters your life and it declutters the areas of life where you've got that clutter. And I guess you don't know until you really know a difference,
I thought I was really good, but I know that some of the clothes, like this one, has been 20 something years. I still wear it.
Well, it's fantastic. So that's a good purchase. You definitely got your money's worth. It looks fantastic. And also, right now, people are doing vision boards for the beginning of the year. The front door is the place to put it if you can.
Oh.
Great place to put your vision board, along with, if you can put on your phone or anywhere. But by the front door is fantastic. Anything you really wish for. And you know what? I didn't talk about the joy and creativity and support. Okay, I have a few more things to say. After the relationship is joy, creativity, and children. Now, you don't have to have children. That's a place, if you have children, to put your pictures of your children, and you can put saints or Buddhas or whatever it is that you practice to support them. If they're going through any kind of issues or you wish something for them, you can put their picture in a frame and behind their picture write what you wish for them and then support them and protect them with, Ganesh, Buddha, Saint Mary, whatever it is that you believe in. That is the place. Also, if you don't have children, that is also the place of joy, of our happiness. It's as simple as putting a picture and it says joy on it. Just something that we look at. Like for me, I have a picture and it says love on it. And that is the metal area. So the colors for that are going to be metal, stainless, gold, bronze, the colors white and gray. And that supports that area. I have just a picture that it literally says love on it. And that is my joy and my children's area. Then the last quadrant is support and travel. That is also a metal. So you're going to want all the golds, the silvers. That's right here. This is the front door. It's right here. The golds, the metals, the silvers, the white, and the gray. Now, this is support. This is support from friends. It's a support from your attorney if you're being sued or you're suing someone. It's support from the landscaper to make sure that they do a good job for you. It's a place to talk to your ancestors, even any kind of support that you're looking for goes in that corner. And if you have a desire to travel, like I put a world map there, and oh my gosh, I've been traveling overseas a lot. So it really works. And that's also a place to put like a little jar and put your wishes in there. And that's a great place for that too. So, okay. Any questions?
I was going to ask, do you have is there a guidebook or a reference that you would recommend?
Well, if you go onto my website, peaceandradiance.com, if you fill in with your email address, then you will receive a Bagua map. And my Bagua map, because I add some angels to each area, and it explains all of it. So you can just print it off, and you have an explanation of all of it.
Lovely.
Yeah. It's really fantastic. It's so interesting.
Peace and radiance.
peaceandradiance.com. Yes. 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 Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I know. Was this astrology? What was your this thing?
Feng Shui.
Oh, feng shui.
Feng Shui. Black hat Feng Shui. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I was just gonna say one thing.
Yes.
And then you started talking about it. The importance of removing clutter. So clutter is energy, and it will create blocks in your life. Money, any kind of clutter is money clutter. Any kind of clutter is love clutter. It will block the flow of whatever it is you seek. So if you have clutter around your house, people would walk into my house and go, "Oh, your house is
Right.
because they had like 3 things."
Right.
And literally, and my house is it's so clean and so uncluttered.
Yeah, cleanliness
And I
is
had a
important.
3-bedroom, 2,000 square foot house.
Right.
But it was always clean and uncluttered.
Right. Right.
So you never like stuff?
Well, even for the holiday time, everyone.
I'm not a stuff person. And when I sold my house, I literally gave everything away. I sold or gave everything away.
Right.
I still
Right.
have 2 storage units.
Right. Right.
How that's
And
possible, but yeah.
yeah. Yes.
I would ask at least twice a year. I'd say, what do I need to get rid of? And I would walk through my house and just, I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore.
That is such a great place to be here, to be able to do that. And
spring cleaning. This is a great time for spring cleaning.
oh
Walk
yes.
through your house and just,
This time of year is great before the
everything,
Chinese New Year.
If you don't love it and if it doesn't bring you joy, then
Yeah.
there's someone else that it will bring joy to.
Yes.
Because it just creates blocks in your own life.
Yes. And even during the holiday time, it's funny. Everyone puts everything out that they own that's Christmassy. And it's like, no, you can't do that. Take turns. This year put this out and next year put, that out. Not everything at once because it just clutters everything and it blocks all the energy and it affects the areas of your life where it's at. So
plus it's more fun.
Something
When you take stuff out, you go, oh, I forgot I had this.
right. We don't need to put everything out at once.
Every morning when I take a walk, I pick up rocks and I put in my front door. So now, in between my door, there's heaps of rocks there. It's just fun to remind me that I've taken a walk. Well, a cosmic walk. So it might be blocking some
well, if you want to outline the walkway to your home in those rocks, that's fantastic. But to just stick them all right there, it's gonna create blockage.
Okay.
But if you just line your walkway with them,
you could do something really pretty with it.
Absolutely, and that's attracting the energy because the energy is understanding where it needs to go. Because if you have a pathway, I encourage people to, put red flowers or plants just so. And if you have a pathway that's swervy, it resembles water, and that's even great too, because if you have a straight walkway to the door, the energy goes too quick. So it's great to kind of stop it, just so it doesn't move so quick. It disappears. Yeah.
This is another thing that I did, and actually, just because I know how this stuff works, right? My doormat. Now, actually,
That's
doormat.
Thank you for bringing.
You put your intentions, and you can customize. You can go on Etsy and have a customized doormat that says what your intentions are.
Right. However, there's some belief that you don't want that on a floor mat that people step on.
Actually, on a sign.
Yes.
On my door.
The sign is.
Says only love may enter here. It was actually a command that says.
Yes.
That only. And some people got it. Some people look at it and go, but I have people come to my door and go, I'm love. Can I come in? they get
right. No, that's fantastic.
It is
Thank you for mentioning that.
Allowed to enter into my home.
Yes, welcome is great. You just don't want it on the ground because people are stepping on your welcome. So you don't want that, or your name, or anything like that.
Wow. There's so much into life.
It's interesting, isn't it? But it all makes so much sense when you just think about it. Energy is just real. I mean, it's, yeah.
I didn't think about the doormat with them.
Yeah, I know.
I will have a new sign. Now I'm in an apartment.
Starting to get too.
I don't have a lot of control. It's a furnished apartment.
Right.
So, yeah. And my bed is in with my desk, which is fine because I have 0 interest in it.
Well, then you're good. Yeah, 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 then you're good.
Actually, and in my house, my office did end up being in my bedroom, but I bought a divider.
Perfect. Very
So
good. That's exactly right. That's
I have
great.
something to be able to separate the energy of the two.
Perfect. And also, using these dowsing rods to check the energy of your house too. Like, it's interesting. I'll go through a room and it'll tell you exactly where the clutter is. It's really interesting. It's just very interesting. So this is good to walk through the house and see what areas need help. You know?
Some of those.
Do
I never
you?
thought of using them for feng
It's
shui.
very interesting. They're very
I
helpful.
just created this about 3 days ago. That's my picture of my mom. That's my
Oh,
dad.
very nice.
But it's in my bedroom.
No,
that I
you want to
to
put it
spread.
right here.
I need to make a copy of this. I don't know.
Go on my website.
Okay.
And it'll pop up.
Where's your business?
You know what? That was not smart. I didn't bring them.
I saw you sitting down there. I didn't know what you had. I'm just sitting down there, so cute.
Aw, you're so sweet to say that. Let me see. If not, I'm gonna. Oh, here I have one.
Shopping list.
Oh my God.
Okay, and then if you go down for the free gift, there's a free gift. Click that, and all you have to do is put your email in, and so I can send you newsletters when I have anything to announce,
Okay.
and then you'll receive the Bagua map. Okay, now the Bagua map is not going to look like that. It's going to look more like this. This is the traditional Bagua map, but this seems to help people understand, but it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So this is the living room. So is this the living room of the entire house?
This is the entire house.
Okay.
Okay. Now, just remember, your front door is always north.
Oh,
So
girl,
you
I
look at
have that.
this.
My door is north. It's facing north too.
It is
Yeah.
facing
And-
north, so
yes,
you're
and then
so you're
my
good.
number is 7, and the number of my house is 7. So that's my number.
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, even I understand those parts. So that's one good thing. Me belonging to this kind of group.
That's good.
I know,
Good for you.
I know.
Yeah, you'll just find out decluttering. Your life is going to feel
I think
better.
so.
It's going to elevate you. It's going to elevate your vibration.
Do you know that for 5 years now I'm not thinking right?
Yeah,
I'm
I
wrong.
imagine with all that
Yeah,
stuff.
and
It's
I could not
true.
even think right. And my son noticed. My son said, "Mom, for since you saw your sister living home, you're not even doing anything." I'm like, I'm going into spirituality. I don't want to do a sister living. It's because of the clearing.
Yeah, start decluttering. Yes, yes, yes. And there are professionals that can help you too. If it's too hard for you, there are people that do that for a living.
But who will I see to make money? Because I need to get into making money. For the past 5 years, I'm not making money.
Okay, so we need to figure out your wealth corner. Your wealth corner. What's going on in your wealth corner? This part of your house. What part of your house is this? This is the front door. So what area of your house is this?
This is front door,
Uh-huh.
and where will this be?
Where is it in your? Okay, so
Okay.
say this is your house.
Okay, I get through here the front door. This is my living room here.
Okay, what's here? What's
This is kitchen.
okay.
Because when I get here, I get into kitchen.
Okay, so all your money's going out. Okay, so it's the wealth area and it's the kitchen. So sinks, bathroom. I didn't even talk about bathroom doors. Bathrooms. I didn't talk about that. Water, right, represents our career path. It represents money. So you have the kitchen in the wealth corner. So that's like, it's really important. All the money's leaving your wealth corner.
So where is this? This is a living room. This is a living room. Because this is front door.
This is front door.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, so your kitchen, it's important to put green paper under your sink.
What is
Well, the
this?
snow might still be there.
Ancestral
This is
family.
ancestral family.
I still need to study this because I'm thinking this is only the living room. This is the entire house.
This is the whole house.
Okay.
So it's your kitchen. It's really important that you.
But my house is a story building. So when you go in like this, over here, you turn here, and this leads you to living room and the 3 bedrooms upstairs here.
Uh-huh.
So, but if you go here, it's right the kitchen actually. So
What's
here,
here?
nothing is here, but dining room is here.
Okay.
Dining room, my dining table.
Well, we
Nothing
need to
is here.
activate this wealth.
Yeah.
So
this
in
is-
this corner, can you put a bamboo plant tall bamboo plant in the corner.
Okay. My house is, I probably will, because the cabinet, I don't even have pantry in my house, the way they build houses there. But here, as you said, this is my
where
kitchen here. So, and then my ancestors thing is not, none of them is here. It's just the,
Is there any way
this
that
is
you
the,
can?
this is the thing that we wash hand, the zinc, right here. And here probably will be my my stove.
Your stove is here,
Mm-hmm.
and okay, so
Stove, sink, and nothing here, and then dining room here.
okay,
Yeah.
so this is where you'd want to put your family pictures, your altar.
In the kitchen.
Well, in this part of the house, this is where the energy. This is what's going to support that. Is there any? Because it's divided. Not. I mean, just. So the kitchen is here. There's no, do you have any area at all, even if you put a shelf on the wall to put your pictures, or is there any way to use this space for that altar that you have?
The altar, I'm supposed to sit down there and meditate. There's no way I can sit down there and meditate.
Okay, can you put it here at all, in this side?
Okay, this is
So
not
this
the
is your front door to
This
the
is
right?
the living room.
Okay,
So treadmill is here, even though I don't look like someone who gets into treadmill.
uh-huh. Does anybody use that treadmill?
No, I need to get it out. I'm trying to get it out.
Maybe just sell it.
Yeah, I need to sell it. How do I sell it? I
Well,
don't know
you
how
could
to
put it on, let me see, what is it called? It's really easy.
because I would
I've
like my
sold a
altar
couple
to be
things.
there.
Offer up.
Okay,
Get
offer
this-
up. I have that.
Okay, so just take a picture of it, put it up, and see
Okay.
what happens.
Okay.
And you don't have to leave your house. Just see if that little cash register sound dings.
Which part of the valley do you live?
I live close to Scottsdale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you have my card.
Yeah.
Text me,
How
email
did
me,
you get
whatever.
into studying this?
Well, I've always been interested in angels, energy, just energy.
Yeah.
And I love decorating.
You're not still on. Are you just?
I don't even know if I was on at all.
Oh,
I don't know.
they didn't pin you to.
I don't know. I don't think so. Just energy. And it's just feng shui is all about energy. So yeah.
So you have to actually go into study about
Well,
this.
you don't have to, but I got certified so I can open a business, and provide that service.
Well, that's what you do. You open up a business with it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to open up a business. You can just do it without opening up. I mean, you can do whatever you want. But I chose to open up a
So
business.
people will call you to come to their house so that
Yes.
you clear the
I think,
house.
excuse me, I
Yes.
think we have our next speaker standing.
Oh, of course, yes.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. I was wondering about that. Of course.
Hello there. Get out of your way here.
Oh, of course, my pleasure. And you have my number, my email. Just text me any questions. I know I got A.
She's named too.
Yes.
Have you met her?
No, I am just sort of. Yeah.
Hi,
Victoria. Victoria, thank you for mentioning that about the front door. I forgot to mention even about the bathrooms and just some things in the kitchen, like between a washer and dryer, with like green or crystal. Which I like the idea, like the green paper. Just the green paper. I didn't stick it right in between. Never heard that before. Yes, really under every single.
under a washing machine.
Yes, in between. Yeah,
I'm taking notes. I don't know where my glasses are.
It's good in between the washer and dryer because the dryer obviously is fire and it's burning the water. So in between, not underneath, but in between
in the washer and dryer.
You
Like
put
that.
what? You put green. You put green?
Green.
It has to be green paper.
But not under the washer. Okay.
Between, because the hot heat is
Yeah.
burning the water, so. So if you put it in between, it'll stop that.
So the way that our apartment is set up, there's the front door. Joan's my roomie. We rented it out.
Oh, nice.
For both, I call it spiritual gypsies, but the rest of us call it digital nomads. And so we decided to settle down for a few months and then we fly out.
I know yesterday.
So we're in this, I had to put my house right. So, in 3 months, I was on 17 flights and already went to go. Was it fun? Oh, it's a blast. So I just need a place to be able to go through my paperwork.
Recharge.
Yeah, and reorganize.
Yeah.
Yeah, get like regrounded, but then I'm gonna be in California this weekend and I'm
Very nice.
not like I'm gonna be gone for too long, but, so you walk in the front door, the kitchen's off to the left, which is exactly what you were saying.
Right.
But the apartment's basically, it's a 2-bedroom suite, so she has her own. On the left side is my bedroom and my bathroom. We have dining room and living room and patio. And then on the right side is Joan's bathroom and bedroom. So it doesn't really fit the map. Like, it doesn't fit the perfect feng shui map.
Right.
So I was wondering if we had a little fountain where the best place would be. If we have live plants for the best place. Because I know they're the best strategic places to put things like plants and water.
So is the wealth area in the bathroom?
I don't know.
It's, the wealth area is.
I think
the-
it's my
Where is the wealth area?
It's gonna be the
I think it's my
furthest
bathroom.
left-hand corner.
It's my bathroom.
Oh,
No, it's my closet.
No, it's your
The
bathroom.
furthest left hand, the very furthest left hand.
It's
my
It's your
closet.
closet. Yeah, it's your closet.
Okay, so the bathroom, is the bathroom, do you think a part of that too? We just,
So when you walk in the door, there's the kitchen, the laundry room, the laundry closet, and then there's my bedroom
The door to her bedroom.
and the bathroom and the closet. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
because it's just
my
divided.
bathroom backs up against the kitchen. And then
Okay, so, it's just divided equally in 9 parts. So you're gonna have to determine whether the bathroom is part of the wealth area. If it is, we wanna make sure that in the bathroom, we, cover those drains. Like, a good idea is to use crystals to put over the drains.
I always have rocks in there. My husband's like, why are the rocks
No,
in the
that's
sink?
so fantastic.
I know, why are there rocks in the sink? I said, it's blocking the money from going down the drain.
Okay, so you're on that. But the plants are
I had some
probably
beautiful green stones in there.
beautiful. Well, the plants are really good placed in the bath.
I know, I had a money tree in there.
So if you have this kind of
My
plants,
trees go in your closet, but I don't know, it's gonna have
There's
to
no
be
light in
silk,
there.
so it's
Yeah.
gonna have to be silk.
And I bought a little money tree that right now is in the, a tree in the closet. Well, usually you don't think about putting your money in the closet.
Well,
That is
no,
crazy.
but that's where it is, so that's what, yeah. And also, you know, we could also feng shui a room to mirror a house. Okay. You know, so like your bedroom, you can have your wealth corner, fame corner, relationship. I mean, you can do. Thank you.
or you can use a room and do that.
Or if you share a house, but it's interesting because you take on the energy of the home.
It hasn't quite been 2 weeks, Joan.
So that's interesting, right? You take, so if you.
I couldn't stop thinking about you because I'm so attached to a house, and one of the things that I love in this world is a house. Nice house, just really nice house. And now I learned how to put it in. But when I went home yesterday, I said, what kind of a lady is she? She's kind of a man because men don't have a house. Men
And I'm a Cancer. My Cancers really love that house.
So, yeah, and I kept thinking, I don't don't know, but I thank God for,
I had to
for
learn,
me.
I had to learn that from everything. I got very good guidance.
That's fantastic. That is just fantastic.
I know,
I mean, that's a great place to be.
I know.
Just had a meeting with 2 women.
Yeah, I mean, that is really fantastic.
Yesterday, 2 people I got up here. She was the number, I was crying here.
She was
She got
crying
up
her
the
belly
number
to do
bed.
No, I remember. I can tell when I've given a good presentation when I make people cry. That's kind of my
Your game.
cried
my
and
gauge of
Yeah,
how well my
I got it.
But for Angie was not. So it so it's gone, so because the sun down your little bit and
No, that's awesome. Now, Joan's very funny. Yeah, we crack each other up quite a bit. It's very funny. She balances out. She balances out my sarcasm. You're very funny. She balances out my seriousness. And when she gets too serious, I crack something up.
So I'm gonna whip, you got the next one now?
Well, I'm supposed to be talking now.
Oh.
But somebody's got my mic up.
Okay. Let's do that.
I didn't think there's anyone in here for my talk. I'm here. They're here. There you go. These two. So I know, Alicia. Here, everybody, right? These guys are here to talk too. Who else? Oh, Joan with Joan of Angels. You were talking about bringing the angel.
Oh, yes. Love the
Thank
angel.
you,
Got it. So Joan and I are both human angel hybrids. Hello. But if you are here for the talk, you need to come over here. If you're gonna be here for the talk, if you're not here for the talk, I welcome you to kind of exit for a second. But if you're here for the talk, let's talk about intuition, but you need to come close. If I'm not gonna talk, I'll go back to my booth.
Do you want the table up, yes or no? You need the table? You want the table or no?
Yeah, I'll use the table because I have my stuff here.
Good. So I can put this on you. I'll let you put where you were comfortable with it.
All right.
And then you can put this on your. Where do you want to hang this so it stays with you?
Well, so
Do you have a pocket or something? No.
no, that's the weirdest thing. It's like I wish I had known. I would have worn something with a pocket. Maybe that'll stretch it.
You can also just, if you're not going to be like moving too much, you can leave it on the table.
I never sit still.
That's not
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can just put it in. Huh?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Sweet. Intuitively, this goes in my left pocket. Your left side is your receptive side. So this thing is going to receive everything I have to say. Well, come on if you're going to come in. If you're not going to come in, don't come in. But don't be in between, because then I don't know what I'm doing. And since this is on intuition and how to trust your intuition, I'm cutting my head off on that. Excuse me. I don't know how to do this. You can't move around it. Hello, everyone out there. Yeah. Let's see. I guess I'll stand right here. Okay. All right, everybody. Hi.
Hi.
Sweet. My name is Joan of Angels. Joan means gift of God, in case you didn't know that. Angels, we all know, are messengers from God. Oh, so I'm a messenger gift. I just figured out who I was. So I'm Joan of Angels. My specialties are helping people tune into their intuition, learn how to listen to the divine and listen to the messages you're getting, listening to the voice within, all part of my specialty, helping people learn how to do that. Because I don't know about you, but for me, it was always difficult learning how to trust my gut. So to trust the voice that my gut had, as opposed to what the rest of the world wanted to do, I don't know about you, but I found that a little bit challenging. So learning how to trust your gut is one of the things I love to share with people. I also work with people on remembering why you're here. We all come down to this planet with a huge purpose, a mission. The mission could be just self. Your whole life, you're supposed to just, which if any of you have ever struggled to be who you are, you understand that that's like a huge mission in itself, to just be yourself. So I teach people how to remember why you're here and how to access the gifts that you came into this life with. So I do believe that many of us who come to events like this came down here, volunteered to be here, and volunteered because they had a special mission down here. And that special mission, by the way, intuitively, I just saw a spot. Okay. But that has everything we need to know on it. And our soul contract, which our guides seem to know, has everything we need to know, our skills, what we're really here to do. But the only thing that happens, though, is that our memory gets wiped clear when we get back down here. So here we are, we come down here, we have a big plan, we have guides, we have a soul contract, talks about what we're doing, we have gifts that we're here to master. But we get down here and the rules change. It's not like someone comes up and they say, oh, we're so glad you're here. This is what you're here to do. We're going to make your life easy. It's not quite what happens when we get down here, right? We get down here and many of us suffer from difficult childhood, difficult family situations. So that from the very beginning, it becomes difficult to access your gifts because it's not like we have loving planet that's just all for making sure you know who you are. So we come down, it is time for us, which how difficult your early years were. If you step back and you put it in perspective, you can understand that they were designed to make you stronger. They were designed to teach you how to trust yourself and to do what you came here to do. So life is about waking up and stepping into our gifts and our talents. And one of the gifts that many of us have been born with is the gift of intuition, trusting the messages we receive, knowing that it's not from a scientific source or knowing that it's not, from someone else's thoughts about what you should be doing. So there's different kinds of intuition, and we're going to break down and talk about all of them. First thing about listening to your intuition, though, is beginning to understand your intuitive style. Are you clairvoyant, clairsentient, clairaudient, all the clairs? So it's in determining what we are. So clairaudient, we'll start with clairaudient. Does anyone in here think they're clairaudient? Okay, so clairaudient is the ability to hear, very specifically, messages. First time it happened to me, I was like 21 years old. I had left my husband in Boston and I was in California. And late at night, and I heard someone call my name. Not the guy I was living with. I heard like someone calling my name. It was my full name, Joan, Beth, blah, 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 which no one really knew. And I actually stood up and I went out, looked all around the street, and there was no one there. And I come back in, did you hear them call me? It was so loud. Has anyone ever heard something like that? Yeah, so loud that, and later on, when we had to talk again, he told me that he had been so drunk that night that all he did was sit there and call me all night long. Not on the phone, call out my name over and over and over again. And the transmission was so strong that I got it. So clairaudient, the ability to hear is one thing. Now, I also hear without words, which I suppose is a crazy component. It's not clairsentient, but I'll actually hear, but it's a quiet, as if they mouthed words in a way that I could hear it. I don't know how to explain it. Anyone ever have an experience like that, where you're hearing, but it's not a voice? It can be downloading, but it is a sense that you know what it was. Like I heard a voice that said, go to chiropractic school when I was 25. So I said, yes, I went to chiropractic school.
So that's clairaudient. Clairvoyant, now anyone in here feels like they're clairvoyant. Clairvoyant is the ability to see clearly. People who are clairvoyant can see the future. Some people can tell you what you had for breakfast. There's probably a few of the psychics out there who are clairvoyant. I'm not clairvoyant. I'm intuitive. I feel it. I sense it. I know it, but I don't see it except in my art, which is crazy because I don't think I'm clairvoyant because I don't see those pictures of that, but I do see enough in my mind's eye that I can create art or that I can create images of people, places, and things. But I think I come to it through my intuition, through my kind of sensing. Other skill, the other clair sense we want to talk about is clairsentient. And that comes more from the downloads. Clairsentient is knowing that you know because you know. Now, that sounds circuitous, right? You know because you know because you know. And how do you know? You know because something is prompting you and you look in them. I get questioned all the time. So in 2000 and I think it was, I just moved to Mexico. There was the earthquakes in Japan. I don't remember when that was, but the earthquakes happened in Japan, and the government says, "Oh, we're cleaning it all up. Don't worry." And I told everyone this thing is not clean because I knew and they're looking at me and say, "Joan, the government says it's cleaning it up," but I knew that the government wasn't telling the truth. How did I know? Not because someone called me, but because I sensed it and I knew it. And then we look for confirmation. So as an intuitive person, you look for confirmations in the universe that you're accurate or on the right trail or on the right path. So a very important component of learning to listen to your intuition is learning to look for confirmations that you're right. So when I do readings for people, for example, I'll see little things. It started for me, I'd see a little choo-choo train and it would go by with a word on it. So in this case, the word was seashell. And I got the courage, first time I ever did a reading with someone, got the courage to say to her, seashell. I didn't know what to say about it. I see a seashell. And I thought I was nuts. And I didn't even want to say anything to her because I was shy. Like, how do you just say seashell random? Popped in my head. So I said seashell to her. And suddenly it turned out that the last time she had been with her daughter died when she was 5 years old. And the last time she had spent the day with her daughter before she died was on the beach, and they were collecting seashells. So we were able to decode from that it was a message from her daughter. But often messages come as pictures or feelings or words or thoughts. And the key to being an intuitive or the key to being a psychic and doing readings or to do remote viewing is to listen to the first thing that you see or hear and trust it and announce it. Because once you announce it, then you can look at the other person and get confirmation back. But it actually is a big deal to blurt out the first thing that you hear because it makes no sense. So in the training of your intuition, there's several factors to take into account. Number one of the things is how do you spend time connecting to that voice within? We're going to call it the voice within. It could be your guides, it could be your angels, it could be God, him or herself, it could be your spirit team, it could be your departed loved ones, it could be your ancestors. They're all sitting in a room just like this talking to you, and it can be pretty crazy. I had a boyfriend years ago. Oh, he was from Arizona. Last time I lived in Arizona. And he had just completed a big project, like 10 minutes before the due time, And so I leaped up and I started leaping for joy over the completion of the project. And I don't know why I just told you that. It fit in with the intuition, though. Huh. Do you ever feel just distracted? So, yeah, so
the senior moment and talking about intuition. And I just leaped up for joy because I was so happy that he had completed that project. And it happened here in Arizona. All right. So when I work with my intuition and I teach people about intuition, there's several things we can do to make it easier. Number one, we can start by paying attention, as I said, to the first thing that pops in your head and write it down. Number two, if we want to really connect to that voice within and get our messages, another really good way is to sit down, have a cup of coffee. So there's several ways you can do it. My way is very simple. I will sit down and have a cup of tea. I don't have coffee anymore, a cup of tea, and I'll pull out my oracle deck. And I'll start pulling cards for myself. What messages do my guides have for me? That is another way of listening to the divine, listening to the messages, is actually to use oracle cards for yourself, or the tarot cards if you use them. Use oracle and read some of those messages and see how they apply to you every day. And so if you're having trouble connecting to that intuition, pulling a card or two every day in the morning and asking about how your day will unfold. You can do it. You can meditate and do it. You can write it out and do it. I've also found for myself that I get messages better sometimes when I'm just writing. And when I do that ritual, so when I sit down, I have my tea, I have my card, and then I'll start writing and bringing in through some of those messages as well. Other things that I have found that I find very, very interesting. If you start to feel you're getting messages that you feel have come through that are guiding you to do things that other people are opposing. Has anyone ever found that, had that happen to them? You get really inspired, you get a download, you get a brilliant idea. And then you go out and you tell someone, I had this brilliant flash, I'm going to move to Arizona with my Victoria. Okay. Now you think that was just a brilliant flash, like, oh, Joan, you had a brilliant flash. We're so happy. You know where you're going. No. Right. That always happens. No, what always usually happens, what often happens, I don't want to put it out that it always happens, but what can happen and usually will happen is that you then get an opposing force. People, planet, things, parents, children, friends, employers. What are you thinking? How can you do that? You don't have enough money to do that. You don't have a plan. What's your plan? And by the time they're done with you, what happens?
They yanked you down from your vibration.
Yes. So here you are, pure spirit mode. Spirit, give me wisdom. What to do now? They tell you, you get all excited, and then you share that with someone else. And the next thing that happens is you are out for the count. Not only are you just, the idea seems weird to you now, you wouldn't even know how to implement it, and even a depression will hit. Because what happens is the following. I've come to this realization that our guides, our angels, they have our soul contract. They know what we're here to do. They know the light we're here to bring. They know the energy that we are here to walk through the planet with, and they're here to support you 101%. There's an opposing force. It could be the dark force. We can call it the lower frequencies or the darker energies. They too have a mission. They're happy there. They want the planet dark. We want the planet light. But they have an ability, the dark side will usually send people, places, or things. I call them agents of the dark. People, places, or things to get you off your track. So your idea was so brilliant, it could help people. It could actually be innovative, cause transformation. They know it. So inadvertently, someone is chosen, and or it happens synchronistically, just like we run into the market and run into the people we want to meet. There's another plan that's also revolving. You need to be aware of it. That plan is the opposing force. It's like they know that if you achieved your mission this life, the light would be spread everywhere and the dark's out of business. Or if you did. So there is a game going on. It's not a game. It's pretty serious if you take it seriously. But
the goal is, and I'm telling you this to understand that if you put in perspective the events that have happened in your life, the ones that have triggered us, the ones that we still carry around like, oh God, you know, I had all these horrible issues, but I want you to know about them now because they're still here. That's their intention. To disempower you. So there's a force here to help empower you, a force here to disempower. In simplistic terms, this is in simplistic terms. So the key here is also then, how do you start to trust? First of all, you have to reboot because now you've lost that energy. You shared it with someone who managed to make you feel bad, guilty, or that it's impossible or it's never going to work for you, right? Which is pretty discouraging. And I call those people miracle busters. So who has any miracle busters in their life? Right? Who knows any miracle busters? None. Okay. Who here is a miracle buster? Wait a minute. I got to make sure. Got to make sure that thing. So in our world, when we start to learn about listening to our intuition, we have to realize that when you listen to your intuition, you're having a direct connection with the divine, with your higher self. No one's gotten in there. When you start to question what you hear, and you allow other people to question what you're hearing in that way, you almost can lose that connection. And it may feel like that. And you may become and start to feel lost and confused because you had that certainty. Certainty, right? And certainty can take us very far. And suddenly now you're in that state of, oh, what was I thinking? What's wrong with me? Maybe my intuition doesn't work after all. So how do we learn to trust our guidance? So I start by teaching people what I call the discernment scale. She had a blackboard, that's why. Okay, so the discernment scale, you can all do it with me. Imagine a horizontal line, and we have a clock. On the left is 0, meaning no energy, no vitality, dead. 5 is neutral, and 10 means turned on, fully empowered, raring to go. And there's lots of ways to use this scale. You power versus force to look at your vitality, but we're going to look at it in terms of looking at our life. So I want you all to close your eyes, and we'll start with this. On a scale of 1 to 10, and Victoria, sweetheart, if you're busy, you could go do that somewhere else. I know, but it distracts me. I have trouble focusing. I'm sorry. I love you dearly, but I have trouble focusing. It makes me look out my phone too. What? No, I get it. Absolutely. Great, perfect. All right. So as we start to work on the discernment scale, I also want to, I feel trapped in front of this computer. I want you all to rub your hands together. Good. And I want you to start to feel the energy in your hands. So raise your hand if you feel some energy between your hands. Good. All right, that's starting to play with energy because we're going to use energy and intuition intercombined. Get close together and come up to me. We're going to have to do this circle here. Yeah, but I need you to be able to, I want to stretch my hands out and have it connect. Okay, put your right hand like this and your left palm like that. All right, good. Don't hold hands. I'm going to teach you, before we start with the discernment scale, I want to teach you, rub your hands together. I want to teach you how to start feeling. So remember I said is feeling with your mind, your body. Your body, by the way, you can be intuitive kinesthetically, where you actually feel something in your body, or your hair stands up. That's also intuition. The hair on your arm stands up. Okay, so we rub our hands, feel the energy, and you're going to take your right hand. Ooh, I'm tingling. Anyone feeling tingling? Good. take your left hand palm and put it like this, and take your right palm and put it a couple of inches over the person's left palm. Okay? Sweet. All right. Now, I want you to close your eyes. I'm going to pass energy. When you feel it, start to pass energy from your right hand to the person's left palm. If you start to feel it. And you might feel something on your left palm. It may feel warm, it may feel tingly. So if you feel anything, then start to pass it to the person next to you. You just pass it. So are you feeling anything in your hand? What does it feel like? A wave, that's right. Are you feeling anything?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, so then with your right hand, pass energy to Bob. And you can do it for fun. Look how I'm doing it. I'm making waves and little things. Good. Bob, are you feeling anything? Yeah. What's your name?
Pressure. I really feel
Pressure,
I'm
yeah.
sending it over here, yeah.
How does that feel to you guys? We are passing energy.
It does.
We're feeling it. And we're starting to sort of, I feel much better now that we've done this process because now I feel connected to all of you. All right, so good. Phew, how did that feel? Kind of interesting, right? Okay, so let's go back and feel this again. And so there is a kinesthetic intuition. So hands-on healers, what do? They run their hand over you like this, and they'll feel places where you have pain. And in fact, my guides are saying, does anyone here have pain?
Yeah, my leg.
Can we experiment on you?
Sure.
Tell me your name again.
Michael.
Michael. Oh, I like that name. Okay, where on your leg?
The knee. Right
The
here.
knee.
I'm actually wearing a brace.
Okay, so let's do it till you're in front of this Zoom. Okay. Yeah, because I think people are on the other side of it. Okay, so this is how we're going to experiment. Show me where you're hurting. Okay, so I'm going to put my hands and see if I can feel it. So we go like this again because we want to make sure we're tuned. And probably for you guys, it's going to be one of, if you put both hands up, so one at a time, I want you to come, let me see if I feel it. Right in here?
Yes.
So right in this area. Can you feel it? Yeah, and I will actually do hands-on healing and pull energy out, but I want everyone to feel it. So let's start. Rub your hands together. Now, I don't touch the body. Now, can you feel her hands, Michael?
Well, she's actually touching my legs. Yes. Yes, I can feel her moving the energy around.
Okay, so you're feeling the, do you feel yourself sharing energy? Right there. Pretty interesting. I'm feeling something coming from there. You're feeling, did you feel that, Lorraine? Mm-hmm. Sweet, your turn.
Left hand or right hand, if you right hand, doesn't matter?
It doesn't have to be, and you can use two hands.
Okay.
But don't touch his knee.
Okay.
Okay. And this is, by the way, unique to you. So I may do it with my left, and in general, but it could be, it's the same thing with pendulum. There's some people, your intuition. Thank you.
That's very gentle, and it's like covering more area. Yeah.
He's going to get an astounding healing
I just
here.
asked her silently to pull the energy off, and she started throwing it off. Yeah. So she picked it up.
So she picked it up.
Picked it up. Yeah.
Did you actually? And so, what prompted you to start pulling the energy off?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm.
Well, you got some impulse.
I got some stuff going on. I need to really develop myself. So when I got into that, I feel like I don't want to absorb this. I don't gotta throw it away. So when I start feeling it with me, I'm thinking
So that
I'm
was
going to the door.
you
That
intuitively.
is
No.
in the door. I done it this way, but this is the door for
Uh-huh.
me.
Okay, good. Good job. Good
Yes,
job.
send it out.
And I like that he was just thinking that whatever you're thinking that you wanted her to pull it out. And so intuitive response.
For the first few seconds, it was just kind of rolling around on there, and then I thought I pulled it away, and then 2 seconds later, she started.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And well, we're all connected because we're playing with the. What are you doing over there? Get back here.
Too really been something. The circle.
Yeah. All right. So you come on over. What's your name again? Brenda. Okay. And feel.
Brenda's got great shoes for this exercise.
You might want to keep your left hand free though. Or put it behind his knee. Also, you can use.
I'm actually feeling energy going into my kneecap.
So you're feeling her send energy.
Sending energy in, healing energy.
Nice. And because we know that the right side sends and gives energy out. So if you're channeling energy from the divine, you can send it out through your right hand and the left.
That was exactly my intention.
Thank you.
Better and better. Bob.
I'm a little into.
Not little. A whole lot.
Oh, this one's different in that it feels very good. It feels like the man who goes in and says, "This board is loose. Nail it down tight."
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, you did a great job, Michael, being our person to practice on what? Well,
Oh my gosh, it feels great. Thank you.
Okay, so the pain is gone. That's hysterical. This is going to turn into intuitive healing. That's not hysterical, actually. That's a good point. So we were all playing.
And a huge part of this was, I think it just needs to be made as a point, was the intention of every one of you was to help me. Yeah. And the intention is so powerful that it's far more important than technique. Right.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So one of the things I want you to practice with, because this is so powerful to feel energy. Because we're talking intuition is learning how to trust and feel, how to trust what you're receiving. But remember, we receive with our eyes, our ears, our smell, and our body, and our hands. Okay, your hands are electric receivers. So let's wiggle them. And I have found that when I improve one part of my receiving side, it improves the other, just naturally. Like, when's the last time you really wiggled your fingers? And, just about receiving energy. Good. All right. Yeah. I like the feel of it. Somehow it's turning into an energy class, but and it just got brighter. Yes. And I have taught classes on energy because as a chiropractor, I used to discover that people would come in and I never would ask where they were having problems. I would just chit chat with them on the table. And before you know it, my hands knew where they had pain. And the patient would say, "Well, Dr. Joan, how did you know I hurt there?" And it's hard to confess. I didn't know that they hurt there, but my hands knew that they hurt there. Yeah, my hands actually, yeah, it kind of cuts off me from here up, but.
Angle the camera so it aims higher.
Oh, that's the camera. Oh, I was trying to fix it. Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, they would say, "Well, Dr. Joan, how did you know that I hurt?" And I didn't know. Joan, did not know. Joan's hands knew. So I want you to, let's really play with our hands for a minute. I want you to imagine right now that your fingers are
an inch longer. And then maybe a couple of inches longer. Can you feel your hands extending? All right. My guys just told me to try an experiment. I am going to tickle Bob's ears. I want you all to imagine that your fingers are so long that they're going to tickle both of Bob's ears on both sides. Okay? As if you're playing a computer, but this little thing is going to now tickle. And Bob, you tell us if you feel it. As we send energy, and maybe you'll feel just warmth. What does it feel like to you?
Kind of light touching.
You're feeling light touching. Sweet. Sweet, they just told me to experiment with that. The purpose of today is to make you more sensitive. Okay? It's not to fill you with information, it's really to make you much more sensitive.
Thank you.
Who wants to feel someone's aura? Well, actually, I never started till 3:30, but I'm going to take a few more minutes. Do you mind?
I don't. I'm just thinking the next guy starts at 4:50.
Well, we have a few more minutes. Okay, so pick a partner. There's 2, 4. Okay, you'll be my partner. You two, you two.
Okay.
Stand up. All about standing up. We'll stand in front of the camera. No, I meant I was going to stand in front of you. Don't have to stand in front of the camera. Well, I don't want the people here to have an empty screen. Okay, we're feeling you guys out here. Oh, wait. I can feel it. All right. So we all have an auric field, an energy field. And anyone know about dowsing rods or anything? If we had dowsing, you don't sell dowsing rods here, do you?
No.
Okay. All right, you did. Aha. Oh, that's so interesting. Well, I've used dowsing rods to feel people's aura. So you get your dowsing rods in practice. I'll come over and practice with you guys. Okay. And so with the dowsing rods, you go up to someone and suddenly you get close to their aura and the dowsing rods open up. And then you can play. Like I was dating this guy, so I started flirting with him. And the next thing I knew, his auric field was out to here. And then it got further out to here. So our auric field is a matter of what's going on for us. So I want you to just close your eyes, or you close your eyes if you have one. Who's going to go first?
You go first.
Okay.
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 Okay, I'm going to feel your field, Lorraine. And what we're going to do again, I always sensitize my fingers and I start to go around here until I can feel a little bit of heaviness, something that indicates there's something there. So go ahead and try. And you let me know, let your partner know if you feel it. Do you feel any energy? So feel your auric field.
Mm-hmm.
So your aura comes to about here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your first level aura.
Interesting. Out of the corners of my eyes, I can feel a shimmer of the field as you go over it.
Yeah, I can feel it tingling. Are you feeling anything?
Mm-hmm.
So go around your whole body. So you might as well just do a little aura cleanse since you're there. Just sort of fluff it and wipe it down. Fluff their aura a bit. Yeah. Perfect. All right, change partners. So you're going to do mine. No, I'm sorry. I mean change. The person that felt, yeah. Sorry.
It's amazing.
All right. Yeah, you're pretty tall. Thank you. That's a great idea.
I'm sure I'll turn my legs sideways.
Okay, so I'm going to just.
What does it feel like?
Spongy.
Spongy, okay.
Your hands can come real close to my head, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Okay, now put your hands down about the sides of my head and feel what I'm about to do.
Sweet. Ooh, oh, I felt that.
Did you?
Yeah, definitely around my chest
Maybe
Feel pressure.
and my belly. Sweet.
Spread your hands until you don't feel.
How is that?
Pretty good.
So how far did your hands travel from when you first felt it until you could stop? I pushed my energy out. Yeah, I deliberately expanded the
In your left hand. Because I remember I said your left hand, your left side could be more sensitive. It's your feminine side. So you receive information sometimes on the left side. Even if you're left-handed. Yeah. 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 So you'll receive information. So I remember someone did a healing on me once, and my left toe went bananas. It was in such serious pain because he was sending it down, out, and through. And my left toe, he was working here. My left toe's in pain. Right? All right, sit down. I'm taking a couple more minutes. Taking my time. Okay, how was that? Everyone felt an aura? Everyone felt the aura being felt? Right? Yeah. Sweet. Now we can practice further, like, making you all laugh, and then we could see if the auras feel, but this isn't about your aura today. All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is that discernment scale. Close your eyes. Imagine a horizontal line, and on a scale of 1 to 10, the left is 0, the right is 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, I want you to look at your energy level today. On a scale of 1 to 10, no thinking. Okay, so we'll go around the room. Start with Michael. You're an 8?
82.
He's an 82, very specific. Okay, what are you? Brenda, right? 80? 80? Lorraine? You were about 82? All right, well, that's amazing, because that's on the high side. Anyone out of 10? I'm at a 10, but I think that's because I'm teaching. Okay, but I want to show you something about that. All right, that's your vibratory frequency, right? So you say you're at an 8, you're at an 8.2, you're at an 8. The consensus in here is about 8. All right, so who wants to be raised up to a 10? Okay, I'm going to take yours here. So you should understand, I've sort of changed the class to make it more fun and interesting for us today. Okay, I'm going to muscle test you. This is Dr. Joan. Okay, so I'm going to push down, resist me. Good. And follow my finger with your eye. Resist. See how weak that is now? Resist. Don't look at me, look at Bob. Okay, resist. Good. Now resist. See how that is weak? Resist. Resist. See how that's a little weaker? Look how hard. Do you feel how hard you're trying to do it? Okay, I don't want you to do that. Okay, if it's strong, let it go. And if it feels mushy, let it go. I mean, if it's strong, hold it. And if it's mushy, let it go.
Okay.
So I don't break your arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't try to make mushy strong.
Yeah, don't try to become a strong mush. Right. Okay.
So I'm resisting, but not.
Yes, you're resisting,
not so that I'm
but
feeling pain. Or,
right. Also, we don't want to break your arm.
Yeah.
So honestly, the purpose is to have a yes and no answer. So resist me. Good. Feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Resist me. Feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that harder?
It is.
Okay, good. I want you to hold this in your arm. I'm going to show you 2 ways to change your energy field. One is this way. Use your left hand and hold that. And now I'm touching the same place, right? Resist. Resist.
Wow.
Resist. When I tell people the art is infused with magic and miracles, I mean it's really infused with a certain energy that will shift you. So what does that feel like to go from that 8 to a 10?
It feels amazing. It's really interesting because I was able to resist with very little effort.
Yes.
And then I just couldn't.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I'm thinking. This is an example of Joan thinking on the spot. Do I want to do this or do I not? Okay, you've been great. I do want to do this. You sit here for a second. You guys come over here for a second. Okay. So we're going to do two things here. So the first thing is I'm going to ask her to resist me again, and you start thinking she's a zero. Okay, send out thoughts that you are a zero. We'll change it, but it'll lower her frequency, and then we'll do it a second time and tell her that she's a 10, and that also will change her. Okay. So if I go like that or like that. Okay. Okay. I know we're not talking about you. All right. So I want you to resist me as hard as you can. Okay. Resist. And why don't you just say I'm an 8?
Okay, I'm an 8.
You sure?
Yeah.
Huh. You think so?
Am I stronger than an 8?
No, you're weak.
Oh.
You're weak. Remember when you held this? Okay, remember when we had you hold this?
Yes.
Now say I'm an 8.
I'm an 8.
Or say I'm a 10.
I'm a 10.
You're a 10. Okay, so this made you feel like a 10. Let's see what you're at now. Say I'm an 8.
I'm an 8.
Okay, so she's feeling like an 8. Okay, so you know what to do. Step 1. Say it again.
I'm an 8. Whoa.
Say it again.
I'm an 8.
What happened?
I strengthened somehow.
You did?
Yeah, I think I got a little stronger.
Try it again.
I'm an 8.
From here, that arm was going way down.
That arm's going way down, honey.
Don't let yourself get hurt.
Yeah, right, right.
Are you finding it harder to hold it up?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're finally getting that confession. Okay, now let's see what we can do. Say it again.
I'm an 8.
Why don't you say I'm a 10?
I'm a 10.
You feel the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Do you even know what just happened?
Somehow I got energy from the group.
Yes, you lost energy from the group. We took it away from you the first time, and we filled you with energy the second time.
And you notice how effortless it was the second time with that arm strong?
Right.
You didn't even have to try. It was
This whole group was sending you thoughts you're a 10.
Yep.
When it went defunct, they were all sending you that you were a 0, but we restrained that. Okay, and then the other test we did that was pretty interesting was to show you how certain things can make you stronger, like crystals, or in particular, we're talking about the art. All right, and first of all, I want to thank my audience. You did a great job. Yeah. All right, any last minute questions?
Yeah, what was the hands on here?
So this is a point up here. It's your third eye point, but it's also a point that often us chiropractors use to sort of challenge muscles. So to use it to show where you're weak or strong.
You know, it's funny. My vet that I go to for my dog, she does chiropractic.
On your dog? Yeah.
And they'll have an assistant hold the dog in a spot,
and she muscle tests. Yeah.
And she does it on her hand, and it'll hurt.
And she looks to see what will strengthen that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm Joan of Angels, joanofangels.com. Thank you very much. Come by. We'll test you on the art if you want to be tested for the art. And thank you all. And thank you for your insights. That was so interesting. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, that was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to tell you, you look just like a friend of mine from Palm Springs. You're not related to anyone from Palm Springs, right? Every time I go by you, I just, yes, yeah, exactly. Her name is Janice. She runs the whole art thing in Art Foundation, Desert Hot Springs. And you're as gorgeous as she is. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
first one.
But you see how
That's it. You want this?
Is that on?
Awesome. It should be on, yeah. So you have it on. Yeah. I think, yeah.
It's on.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay, you guys ready? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. My name is Mujin Choi. I am a frequency sound healer and telepathic healer, and I work with the blue benevolent aliens and Archerians. I was given by this gift 2008 by Archerians. They came to me when I was watching TV. They came to me around midnight. Yeah, and when they came to me, they put their face in my palm. They implant their face. So today I'm gonna demonstrate Archerian frequency. You guys ready? Okay, where is it? Okay. And then close your eyes, please, and relax, please. And listen to the sound. Close your eyes and listen to the sound. Arterial energy transmission without the sound. Without the sound. Feel the energy. Okay. Felt the vibration? See, I treat leukemia with this vibration all the time. I specialize in leukemia, heart failure, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's with this sound. You felt the energy, vibration? Yeah. Usually it's better to use your headset or earbuds and lie down. That's how I treat people on the phone. I don't do usually one-on-one in person. Okay? All right then. Yeah. Gotta drive. Huh? Yeah, I know. So I've been doing this January 21st here, Sunday. Okay, if you want. No, I be here. Yeah, 21st is a group session. January 21st, right? January 21st? Yes. 12 to 2. Okay, then. See you guys later. Bye. See you people sign out.
Oh, yes. Come visit us. Okay. Working here. And then of course, also if you, I know that you were holding today's expo. Yeah. Yeah, that's
for
Here.
talk.
Very, very.
Erica, that's good.
I didn't even realize there was a cardinal game.
Oh, my husband told me to.
Very
This
pretty
is
day
playoffs,
outside.
and I
I didn't think the Cardinals made the playoffs.
But yeah, I appreciate that, and I made a lot of connections and stuff, and I'm really happy with that, and I'm very happy you came to.
Thank you, Barbara. It's been a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Website. Or Mark. If I can spell today.
Pitch the. So yeah, take that. No, take that with you. Okay. I have tons of other flyers. I have. Yeah. Just every Friday it's something.
Because you get to see all sorts of
Friday, coming in with ideas.
Pretty much. I'm on Instagram a lot. I do a lot of stuff.
Thank you so much.
Julie.
Sometimes it causes headache, so always taking every now and again with my loop drop. Thank you so much.
The woman that I'm speaking to, it's your brother referred her.
Okay, I'll ask you to be sure.
Hi.
How
It's Lucian.
clothes from your
You
cheese.
there?
I was telling the witch lady, she's all I have is candles. She's like, I know what these are for. I'm like, I don't either. Then I feel like candles have just kind of there you go. One of my big helpers.
So it's sitting out there, right? So we're sitting in that people backyard.
I do. And a lot of like-minded people, everything. Thursday.
She goes, yeah, we're gonna be by the garbage can. So I walked down a beautiful yard with chairs set up. What are those circles that you walk? And I'm like,
I never see him. I've never seen him. Okay. I'll go check it out. Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Perfect. Come in for Friday coffee, 10 o'clock.
yeah. Hey.
Thank you.
Same with Brian Setzer going on. Straight back start. There you go.
You're welcome.
Oh, hell yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
First song. Over here by Daryl. Follow. Are you gonna sing every song? Yeah, I've got Apollo. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
So did you make it? You've been here?
Yeah.
I came, and I talked to one of your vendors. Okay. And then he was chatting about
Yeah. I think she took all the flyers. No. She's from Soul Search. Remember when we went to Soul Search in Scottsdale with PJ that one time? Anyway, that's what she goes. We went to Scottsdale on Chaparral and something. She lived on the enforcement.
Yeah, it sounds like a good job in Litchfield.
We can go Sunday. Oh, I forgot. I'm like, wait. You know, I was like, oh gosh, I forgot. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Back and see us. Back and hang out with us.